Chapter 2858. Other than the 1,000-year flesh lingji, there is also a 1,000-year fire snake grass. The remaining hundreds of years old spirit herbs were already unable to enter Ling Zhao's eyes. After all, people like to look at the most precious things. Ordinary fire snake grass was very common. It was something that grew naturally from the corpse of a demon beast called fire snake. It contained the demon power of the fire snake demon beast, and also contained powerful heat. This was just an ordinary fire snake grass. As for the 1,000-year fire snake grass, it had existed for 1,000 years. It absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon. The fire element between heaven and earth was close to becoming a spirit. If little gold consumed it, little gold would probably be able to break through to the 13th level of the yin-yang realm. Ling Zhao wanted to get these two spiritual items immediately. However, when he was about to harvest them, he stopped because he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the 12 divine beasts' god position. It was still in the depths of this untouchable place. Looks like I have to bear with it. Ling Zhao stopped what she was doing because he believed that if he took the 1,000-year flesh lingji and fire snake grass, it would attract the attention of the experts of the Chun country's royal family. At that time, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. When I go out, I will take these herbs. Swallowing his saliva, Ling Zhao continued to go deeper into the untouchable place. The deeper he went, the more obvious the feeling became. In the Tyrant universe, the Sun God constellation and the Ox God constellation had a reaction, especially the 3 stars of the Sun God constellation that had lit up. They became even more dazzling. Next, the Yu God constellation started to shine. In the Tyrant universe, a 3rd constellation appeared. It was the Yu God constellation. According to legends, the Yu God not only controlled all birds, but also time. The cry of the Yu God could determine the day and night of the black tortoise continent. Could it be that the things in this untouchable place were related to the Yu God? Following the appearance of the Yu God constellation, Ling Zhao suddenly felt that the beast talisman made from beast bones in his storage ring had a reaction. He hurriedly took it out. To his surprise, he discovered that the strange bull monster that was originally drawn on it had turned into a rooster crowing with its head held high. What the hell is this? Ling Zhao was a little confused. Initially, he thought that the beast talisman had something to do with the ox god, but he didn't expect that when he came to this untouchable place, the statue of Yu God would appear. Could it be that the pattern from before was just a cover? Shaking his head, Ling Zhao couldn't figure it out. But just as he was trying to figure it out, the beast talisman suddenly emitted a bright light and flew in a certain direction. Ling Zhao also chased after him. Since it was related to Yu Shen, it would be extremely useful to him. Regardless of whether it was the ox god or the Yu God, they were both one of the 12 beast gods. No matter which one he awakened, it would be of great help to him. After running for more than 10 kilometers, Zhang Tai had finally arrived. The beast talisman finally stopped and was embedded into a huge rooster sculpture. The rooster let out a loud cry, and then a ray of light flew into Ling Zhao's body. At that moment, Ling Zhao saw a very strange phenomenon. It was as if he had flown into the void, and the entire black tortoise continent was within his field of vision. Then, with a rooster's crow, the world was bright, and people began to work. It was different from what he usually understood. It wasn't that the rooster crowed at a certain point in time. Instead, it was after the rooster crowed that time reached a certain point. It gave people the feeling that this rooster controlled the time of the entire black tortoise continent. If the rooster doesn't crow, will time stop forever? Ling Zhao just had this thought in his mind. The rooster really stopped crowing. After that, the entire black tortoise continent was in a point in time, and people seem to be trapped at this point in time. Will time go back? Ling Xiao thought again. Then, the rooster turned its head and changed the direction of its crow opposite the direction where the sun rose. Time actually went back to the past. Damn, this is too scary. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat, and he also woke up from that strange illusion. He found that his whole body was a little wet from excessive sweat. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. It was rumored that if one could complete a cycle of reincarnation, they would be able to obtain the reincarnation deity position. This should not be a lie. Yushun was one of the 12 beast gods. He controlled time and birds, and was really powerful. The other 11 beast gods must have their own abilities and specialties. The sun god was the king of beast gods, but now he was more like an assassin among the 12 beast gods. Whether it was the golden light technique, the bloodthirsty plague, or the bloody devil, rat, they were all very scary. That feeling just now is gone. Ling Xiao suddenly found that the beast talisman flew back into his hand, and other than the dark Yushun constellation in the Tyrant universe, there was no other special change. Moreover, the feeling that attracted him was also gone. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's go back and get those 2 spiritual herbs first. Since that special feeling had disappeared, Ling Xiao naturally had to get the treasures that he could get his hands on. Once again returning to the previous place, Ling Xiao used his fastest speed to get the 1,000-year flesh Lingji and 1,000-year fire snake grass. These 2 herbs, each of them could be used to refine at least 100 elixirs. They were the 1,000-year Qi pill and the 1,000-year fire snake pill. The former was suitable for him, and the latter was suitable for Xiao Jin. But now, he had to solve the problem in front of him first. The moment he took the 2 spiritual herbs, the 4 battle pets and hunting dogs had already surrounded him. The 2 warriors who were drinking tea and chatting by themselves also appeared near Ling Xiao. How dare you steal the royal family's spiritual herbs? Who are you? Ling Xiao sneered, but did not speak. Action was the best answer. He did not want to attract the experts in this untouchable place, so he had to get rid of the 2 people and 4 beasts in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, once those experts were alerted, even getting out would be a problem. This was the royal family's last secret place, and it could be the place where the strongest of the royal family lived. He could not take this risk. Anyway, there was no one else within a 1-mile radius of the herb garden. Even if he killed these guys, there was no harm. He could also keep this herb garden in the Mountain River world. This thought only flashed in his mind for a moment. Before that person could finish his words, Ling Xiao had already moved. Demonic dragon phantom, sword demonic dragon. His body turned into a sword shadow, and he directly rushed towards the person who spoke. While flying, he directly pierced through the body of a hunting dog in front of him. His current cultivation was the late stage of the Yinyang realm's 12th level of hell. Chapter 2859. Ling Xiao was dealing with 2 people and 4 battle pets. Be it in terms of attack power or speed, he had the upper hand. After killing a battle pet, the demonic sword dragon cut open the body of the warrior who had just spoken. In an instant, a man and a battle pet had died. But for Ling Xiao, it was a piece of cake. He didn't stop there. Before the other martial artist could react, his body had already turned back. Demonic dragon phantom, demonic thunder dragon. The roaring demonic thunder dragon instantly drowned the remaining 3 battle pets and the warrior. The 3 battle pets died on the spot. That martial artist only had a single breath left. He struggled to take out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. However, the signal flare was stopped by Ling Xiao after flying for about 1 meter. That won't do. I don't want to expose my whereabouts yet. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. With a wave of his hand, that person lost all signs of life. From the beginning to the end, only a dozen seconds had passed. That battle pet, and the warrior guarding the herb garden simply didn't have time to react before they were already dead. With the 1,000-year flesh Ganoderma and 1,000-year fire serpent grass, I should be able to reach the peak of the 12th level of hell. Goldie might even be able to break through the 13th level of hell. When that happens, I won't have to hide anymore. I can just go to the capital city of the Chun Kingdom. Ling Xiao snorted. Of course, there was a reason for people to be cautious. Because of the appearance of the warrior from the heavenly pool mountain, Ling Xiao knew that he wasn't strong enough to force his way in. But once he made a breakthrough, things would be different. Ling Xiao put away the herb garden. He was about to leave when a ray of golden light shot up to the sky. He knew something was wrong. There must be a seal set up in the herb garden. If anything was stolen, the alarm would be automatically raised. The moment the golden light shot up into the sky, Ling Xiao knew that it was impossible for him to leave this place in one piece. Damn it, I want to leave quietly, but you don't want to. If that's the case, I might as well wreak havoc in this forbidden place. I still have many places to visit. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Since he had already been discovered, it was time to see who was more powerful. He tore through the air and began to frantically search for treasures within the untouchable lands. In any case, the moment the golden light flew up, the exit of the untouchable place had already been blocked, so he was in no hurry to leave. Although they didn't find any elixirs like the 1,000-year flesh spirit mushroom and the 1,000-year fire snake grass, there were still a lot of elixirs that were hundreds of years old. Ling Xiao unceremoniously accepted them all. Regardless of whether they were mature or not, once they were placed in the mountain river world, they would naturally mature faster. Along the way, they encountered many obstacles. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy. He could tell that this untouchable place was the forbidden area of the royal family. Those who came here were all royalty. Back then, the people who had tried to kill him were also from the royal clan. The people who had killed his brother, Ling Yan, and his entire family were also from the royal clan. Why should he show mercy? If one came, he would kill one. If a pair came, he would kill both. In any case, the other party did not intend to let him off. Oh, an expert has finally arrived. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. A figure came from afar at an extremely fast speed. His aura was even stronger than the first general's. There were dozens of figures behind this person. They were all cultivators at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. There were a total of 64 people, all dressed in fiery red clothes. They instantly blocked all the directions Ling Xiao could escape in. Then, the strongest person stepped on the air and looked down at Ling Xiao. He asked arrogantly, "How dare you intrude into the royal family's forbidden area and kill members of the royal family? Who exactly are you?" "And who are you?" Ling Xiao retorted. "How dare you, thief? Don't you even know Elder Hua? Why aren't you surrendering when you see Elder Hua?" The cultivator in fiery red clothes shouted sternly. "Elder Hua? Oh, I remember now. He's one of the 5 old men behind the Chun Nation's royal family. I wanted to kill you all. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Just nice." Ling Xiao grinned and released his boundary martial soul. He did not want anyone here to escape and report this. These people were quite strong. He could not kill them all instantly. It would take some time. What arrogance! You're only at the second revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. How dare you say that you can kill me? Elder was sneered. "You'll know if I'm arrogant after you try." Ling Zhao's body released a dense demonic aura. He did not use the demon dragon sword or any other sword. No matter which sword he used, his true identity would be exposed. Fortunately, he could already condense his aura into a sword when he was in the White Tiger continent. Demon, you're actually so arrogant. However, since you've met me today, it's your end. Elder was shouted coldly. He also did not use a weapon. Scarlet flames suddenly burned on his hands. Not only that, but there were also 12 strange black flames dancing around his body like lotus flowers. Every flame, Lotus emitted a terrifying aura of death. This Elder Hua is really something. He's much stronger than Elder Kong. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He did not understand. Many of the members of the royal family in the untouchable place were much stronger than Elder Kong. How did that guy become one of the 5 elders? In fact, there was a reason for that. Elder Kong had been injured by Chun Bai in the past. Therefore, his cultivation had regressed and never improved. However, considering his seniority and achievements, his position as one of the 5 elders had never been revoked. This is a strange flame. Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's right. There are 5 types of flames: ordinary flame, demonic flame, strange flame, immortal flame, and divine flame. Ordinary people can't control the immortal flame and divine flame, let alone use them in battle, unless they have a matching martial soul. Therefore, strange flames are the strongest flames that can be used in battle. Are you afraid now? Elder was sneered. He was not speaking nonsense. With this strange flame, Elder Hua's combat strength was definitely top-notch among cultivators of the same cultivation. Being able to control the strange flame was already admirable and terrifying. However, why would Ling Xiao be afraid of a mere strange flame? Elder Hua said that ordinary people could not control the immortal flame and divine flame unless they had a matching martial soul. And Ling Xiao was the special person that Elder Hua mentioned. However, using the divine flame to deal with Elder Hua was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ling Xiao decided to take it easy. Not only could he not expose his identity in the Black Tortoise continent, but he also could not expose his identity in the White Tiger continent. Once he was exposed, he could only silence him. So what if you have a strange flame? I've seen people with divine flame, martial souls. Don't show off in front of me. Chapter 2860. As Ling Xiao spoke, he was also observing his opponent. Although his opponent wasn't strong, he didn't like to underestimate his opponent. Just like how a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, he didn't want to fail miserably because he underestimated his opponent. After all, there were too many examples to mention. Many of his opponents had died at his hands in this way. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry. With his barrier martial spirit, if he didn't want to, he wouldn't be able to release any aura. Take my move first. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed as he raised his right hand. The dark element condensed on his right hand. When he arrived in front of Elder Hua, an elemental sword condensed from internal energy, and elements had already condensed on his right hand. Bastard, don't blame me if you want to die. Elder Hua didn't expect that someone would break into the forbidden area of the Chun country's royal family and dare to attack him even after knowing his identity. He was really curious as to who this silver-masked and murderous fellow was. However, even if he asked, his opponent wouldn't answer him. Since that was the case, he would kill his opponent and take off his mask. Then, he would know his opponent's identity. Thinking of this, Elder Hua didn't plan to hold back. Suddenly, a lion covered in flames appeared behind him. The blazing lion martial spirit. This guy was obviously a member of the Chun country's royal family, but he didn't possess a lightning martial spirit. It seemed like he had undergone martial spirit surgery and seized someone else's martial spirit. However, This blazing lion martial spirit was very suitable for him to display the might of his mysterious flames. The instant elder, who released his martial spirit, the elemental sword in Ling Zhao's hand had already pierced towards his throat. There wasn't anything fancy about it. It was just an ordinary sword, but it emitted an extremely evil and powerful aura. It even made Elder Hu feel as if a devil had appeared in front of him. He retreated a few feet. Then he shouted, "Bastard, your strength isn't bad. However, do you think that you can do anything to me?" Facing Ling Zhao's elemental sword, the mysterious flame lotus floating around him actually condensed and turned into an even bigger lotus flower, blocking in front of him. Clang! The elemental sword pierced the huge lotus flower, but it couldn't move an inch further. Furthermore, the elemental sword was also shattered by the blazing flames. A mere elemental sword, and you dare to show it off. You don't take me seriously at all. Now it's your turn to die. After blocking Ling Zhao's attack, Elder Hu did not stop attacking. A terrifying aura erupted. The blazing lion martial spirit behind him roared. The firelight actually merged into his hands. Red flame lion awakening fist. Kill! The roar of a lion came from the void. Above Elder Hu's hands, the raging flames condensed into the shape of a scarlet flame lion. It pounced ferociously at Ling Zhao. Die! I don't care who you are, since you dared to barge into the Qin nation's royal family's forbidden grounds. You can forget about living. Elder Hua, who was originally nervous, relaxed at this moment. To be honest, when he first sensed the extremely terrifying devil qi on Ling Zhao's body, he thought that he had encountered an incredible expert. However, after this round of attack and defense, he was completely at ease. Although his opponent was stronger than an ordinary cultivator in the later stages of the 12th layer of hell, he still had no chance of winning against him. This red flame lion awakening fist could take his opponent's life. However, all of this was just his wishful thinking. Boom! Elder Hua, who was charging at Ling Zhao, suddenly experienced a violent explosion. The old man's clothes were torn, and his hair was disheveled. His body even emitted a charred smell. He was battered and exhausted. His attack naturally came to an abrupt end. Earth Demon Secret Technique's third layer, timed explosion. This technique is really useful. As long as I can touch my opponent, I can set up an elemental bomb. Ling Zhao smiled as he stood more than 10 meters away. Looking at the battered Elder Hua, he was very satisfied with the effect of this attack. Elder Hu was completely confused by the explosion. He had focused all his attention on the attack and did not focus on defense. That was why he was hit. Not only was he battered, but he was also injured. After swallowing a healing pill, Elder Hu looked at Ling Zhao in horror. The masked man in front of him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The fear that had already subsided once again attacked his entire body. "Do you really want to know my identity?" Ling Zhao suddenly asked. "Of course." Elder Hu changed his clothes and even put on a defensive treasure armor that he had not used for a long time. That explosion just now had really given him quite a fright. Fortunately, Ling Zhao did not follow up with another attack. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured even if he did not die. Let me make it clear. If you know my true identity, all of you here will die. If you don't know, then you can die alone. Ling Zhao smiled. What arrogance! Do you really think that you can kill all of us by yourself? Although Elder Hu was slightly afraid of Ling Zhao, he did not believe that he and the other 100 Yin-Yang realm experts at the 12th level of hell would be killed by Ling Zhao. "It's easy to kill all of you," Ling Zhao said indifferently. "If I wasn't curious and wanted to see the power of your heavenly flame, I would have killed you just now." Arrogant. Yes, too arrogant. Elder Hua, Let's work together to kill this bastard. After all, everyone has the right to kill a bastard like him. Kill him. There's no need to care about the rules. The 100 Inyang realm cultivators began to shout loudly. Bastard, did you hear that? This is what they are shouting. Since you are so confident that you can kill all of us, then what's wrong with revealing your true identity? Elder was sneered. I'm afraid that you don't have the guts, right? Do you all want to die? Fine, I don't want you to die without knowing who killed you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and took off his silver mask. At the same time, he changed back to his original appearance. Your face is so familiar. Elderwood did not recognize Ling Xiao immediately. It was no wonder that he did not care about such an insignificant person in the past. Elderhua, this fellow is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, that Ling Xiao who killed Elder Kong and hundreds of thousands of our Qin Nation soldiers? Elderhua was shocked. He had seen Ling Xiao's portrait before, but this was his first time seeing him in person. Ling Xiao was much younger than Elder Hua had imagined. In fact, there was even a hint of immaturity on his face. That's right. It's that Ling Xiao. He killed the 8th prince, the 2nd prince, the 12th prince, and the 11th prince. It's really hard to imagine that a brat like you could turn our Qin Nation's royal family upside down. The veins on Elder Hua's face bulged as his body trembled. It was not fear but anger. Chapter 28:61. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not the legendary god with 3 heads and 6 arms. I'm just an insignificant person. Ling Xiao chuckled. He then waved his hand, and the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword appeared in his hand. The elemental sword was ultimately useless. At this stage, a sharp weapon was still a great help to his strength. Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. You're really Ling Xiao. Seeing the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in Ling Xiao's hand, Elder Hua's suspicions completely disappeared. They gave the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword to Chen Sangxiong, and it was taken away by Ling Xiao. Who else could the person in front of him be but Ling Xiao? I've already said that I'm Ling Xiao. What's there to be suspicious about? Ling Xiao held the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, and his aura was clearly stronger. The blood-red sword Martial Soul appeared behind him, and there were even blood thunders jumping on the sword. I've heard that you've obtained the 4 supreme martial arts of the dragon cult. However, I've only seen the demonic dragon phantom body technique. You should have learned the other 3, right? Elder Hua's eyes became extremely sharp. Originally, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao one-on-one. However, it seemed like there was no need for that now. Or rather, he didn't have the confidence. He might as well attack together with the 100 martial artists. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao and take back the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, it didn't matter how he killed him. After all, this was the forbidden area of the royal family, and no one would know what was going on. You're not qualified to make me use all 4 supreme martial arts. Ling Xiao shook his head and said indifferently, How dare you look down on me? Ling Xiao, you shouldn't have appeared in this forbidden area. No matter what kind of supreme martial arts you have, your cultivation is only at the later stage of the 12th level of hell. You're not my match. Your wrong choice will cost you your life. You should regret meeting this old man. Like this, your plan for revenge will completely fail. Elder was sneered in disdain. All right, stop blabbering. If you can kill me, just do it. I've seen a lot of people like you who only know how to talk. Back in the demonic dragon city, the first general had been just as arrogant, but what had happened in the end? Didn't you still die under my sword? Ling Xiao impatiently waved his hand and said, Next, I should also fulfill my promise. Since my identity has been exposed, all of you can forget about living. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly landed on the ground. Immediately, A series of terrifying explosions erupted in the surroundings. In an instant, only 80-odd martial art practitioners from the first transition, 12 levels of hell were left. The martial artists who were only at the early stage of cultivation were directly killed by the explosion. What? Seeing this scene, Elder Hua's expression became even more serious. Ling Zhao's might was really too unexpected. Just one move, and more than a dozen people died. Could these people really join hands and kill Ling Zhao? At that moment, even Elder Hua's heart fell from the clouds into the abyss. Ling Zhao's cultivation was indeed inferior to his, but the fighting strength he displayed was definitely stronger than his. Moreover, this kid had not even used his full strength. How terrifying was this guy? Everyone, put on your defensive armor. Don't be stingy with your spirit stones. Elder Hua roared, then looked at Ling Zhao and said, I admit that you're very strong, but our Chen country's royal family is rich. I can't beat you, so I'll use my money to crush you. The defensive armors that these people were wearing were all divine-grade spirit artifact armors. If they were not stingy with their spirit stones and continued to provide energy to their defensive armor, then even a divine-grade spirit artifact would not be able to hurt them. As for ordinary Emperor artifacts, the damage they could cause to them was also very limited. This was the terrifying aspect of defensive armor. This was the reason why defensive artifacts were always several times or even dozens of times more expensive than offensive artifacts in the mystic world. Even if Ling Zhao was very strong and could injure them with the protection of their defensive armor, the damage would be minimized. This is really giving me a headache. Ling Zhao said with a frown, Ha ha ha, you're at your wit's end. Everyone, go. Even if we have to exhaust him, we have to exhaust him to death. Elder Hua laughed crazily. He thought that Ling Zhao was at his wit's end. Yes. A group of people charged at Ling Zhao. Their eyes were filled with anger and hatred. They wanted to avenge their dead companions and tear Ling Zhao into pieces. Facing the enemies charging at him, Ling Zhao sneered and instantly transformed into his nine-snake general form. Nine-snake poison domain. It had been a long time since he used this special ability. The nine-snake heads released 9 different poisons that spread throughout the entire space. Perhaps it was because Ling Zhao's cultivation had increased, but the power of this special ability had also become stronger. The poison was more ferocious. The concentration of the poison gas was also higher. As the nine-snake poison domain was unleashed, the expressions of the 80-odd martial artists abruptly changed. Some of them had turned purple and died on the spot. Some of them were foaming at the mouth. Some of them were twitching and spasming. Some of them even let out miserable shrieks. The defensive armor can block my sword, but it can't block my poison. Elder Hua, what else do you have to say now? Ling Zhao stood there with the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in his hand. He looked at Elder Hua, who was standing in the air, with contempt, and said with a smile. Elder Hua had the heavenly flame protecting his body, so the poison gas couldn't get close to him. However, the others couldn't. In just a moment, more than 40 of the 80 cultivators had died. The rest were also poisoned. If they couldn't expel the poison from their bodies in time, they wouldn't be able to survive. This nine-snake poison domain's lethality towards martial artists whose cultivation was lower than his was truly terrifying enough. Even if their cultivation was higher than his, they would still be poisoned if they weren't on guard. Why were so many top experts in the history of the mystic world killed by others? In fact, most of them were destroyed by the poison. Damn it! No wonder people say that your strength has surpassed Chen Bai. It seems like it's true. Even Chen Bai would have a headache when facing so many defensive armors, but you easily neutralized them. You're simply too terrifying. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely kill you. Otherwise, I'll be raising a tiger and inviting calamity if I keep you alive." The flames of the blazing lion behind Elder Hua burned even more fiercely. As he stood there, he was like a small sun, hot and bright. He knew that he had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, those who were poisoned would all die. This time, he had brought almost all the cultivators in the First Revolution Yin-Yang realm in the untouchable place. Only a few experts were still cultivating, so he didn't disturb them. If all of them died here, even if he was still alive, he wouldn't be able to face his 3 brothers. "I'll kill you," Elder Hua roared and released his aura without any regard for his life. Chapter 2862. Under Elder Hua's control, the 12 strange flame lotuses spread out again and pounced towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Even if he had to give up these strange flames and his own life, he would still kill Ling Xiao, this demon. Strange flame lotuses bloom endlessly, destroy the heavens and earth. The strange flames crisscrossed. Between heaven and earth, there were only blazing flames constantly erupting. The 12 lotuses carried the power of heaven and earth as they pounced towards Ling Xiao, wanting to turn Ling Xiao into ashes. This attack is indeed powerful. It's even more terrifying than the first general's strongest attack. It seems like there is a huge difference in combat strength even with the same level of cultivation. This strange flame really gave Elder Hua an extremely powerful combat strength. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the 12 strange flame lotuses indifferently. He had no intention of dodging. Although this attack was indeed very powerful, that depended on who it was facing. Perhaps even Chun Bai would choose to dodge when faced with such an attack and not meet it head-on. However, Ling Xiao was different. He always liked to meet force with force, unless the opponent was strong enough to kill him. The current him was not afraid of Elder Hua at all. Whether it was inner strength, body, or other aspects, he was stronger than Elder Hua. "Seeing that you're about to die, why don't I let you see something fun before you die?" Suddenly, 9 demon dragons' sun swords appeared around Ling Xiao's body. They emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Seeing this scene, Elder Hua's body trembled. "Impossible. This is impossible. You actually have 9 of the legendary 9 demon dragon swords." Elder Hua was terrified. The 9 demon dragon swords were divine weapons that could compete with the king's sword, the most precious treasure of the Qin kingdom. There were a total of 10 king's swords, the same number as the 9 demon dragon swords. However, the 9 demon dragon swords emitted a ferocious demonic aura. As for the king's sword, it emitted a righteous aura. In terms of quality, the 2 swords were almost the same. Even Chun Sangxiong could only use a single king's subsword. How could Ling Xiao use 9 subswords at once? Could it be that his talent was much greater than that of the 14th prince, Chun Sangxiong? Surprised, right? Ling Xiao smiled. With a wave of his hand, 9 demon dragons' sun swords flew out. It collided with the alien flame lotus in the void. Terrifying explosions continued to ring out. The 9 demon dragons' sun swords were in perfect condition. However, 9 of the 12 lotus flowers of deviant flames were missing. Seeing this scene, the terrified elder Hua hurriedly withdrew the remaining 3 exotic flame lotuses. He was extremely clear that the deviant flame lotus flower was no match for Emo Longzi's sword. Elder Hua, do you understand now? The reason why I, Ling Xiao, returned to Thunder City was because I was confident that I could capture all of you old fellows in one fell swoop. Back then, you guys chased me so hard. If I didn't have the 10 terminal formation, and if I wasn't lucky enough to be considered powerful, I'm afraid I wouldn't be the only one left. Even my companions and relatives would have died under your butcher's knife. Now, You can regret it to your heart's content. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've come for revenge this time. The armies of the 8 Immortals City and Demon Dragon City are also ready to set out. As long as I eliminate the experts of your Qin country's royal family, they'll send their troops to Thunder City. At that time, your Qin country's royal family will completely disappear from this world. After destroying the deviant flame lotus, Ling Xiao didn't follow up with another attack. Everything was under his control. He wanted Elder Hua to die in fear and regret. Kill you. Kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Demon! Elder Hua could imagine the terrifying consequences. He was incomparably panicked and worried. If Ling Xiao didn't die today, then what would happen next might really be what Ling Xiao expected. No, he couldn't agree to it. You're the one who forced me to use the forbidden technique. Deviant Flame Lotus, Scarlet Lion, fuse. Elder Hua was very clear that once he fused with the Deviant Flame Lotus, he'd definitely die after this battle. However, it could increase his combat strength by dozens of times in a short period of time. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care anymore. If he had to die, then so be it. He had to get rid of this demon for the Qin country's royal family. A terrifyingly hot aura exploded in the air. Elder Hua's body underwent a terrifying transformation. As he underwent this transformation, he seemed to be enduring immense pain as he constantly roared. Interesting. I like it even more now that you can become stronger. Ling Xiao excitedly looked at Elder Hua, who was undergoing a transformation, but he didn't rush to attack. It was always exciting to fight against a strong opponent. Furthermore, he wasn't particularly satisfied with his current cultivation. He definitely had to continue improving it. Fire God! As Elder Hua roared, his body finally completed its transformation. The powerful aura was dozens of times stronger than before. The blazing temperature actually dispersed the poisonous fog on the battlefield. Elder Hua's body was wrapped in a strange black deviant flame. His entire body seemed to have fused with the deviant flame. Although his body didn't grow larger, the pressure he gave off had clearly increased. TSK, you're really strong. Looks like I really have to use the demonic dragon possession. Ling Xiao deactivated the 9-snake General Beast soul transformation and entered the Tyrannosaurus Blood demonic dragon beast soul transformation state. Immediately after, he used the 3rd level of the demonic dragon possession. 5 demonic dragons entered his body. His strength erupted once again. What? Not only did you learn the demonic dragon phantom, but you also learned the demonic dragon possession. You've only joined the dragon cult for less than 2 months. How did you do it? Elder Hua transformed into the fire god. He originally thought that he could completely suppress Ling Xiao in terms of aura. However, after Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon possession, his aura was almost on par with Elder Hua's again. Although he was still slightly weaker than Elder Hua, the gap wasn't as big as before. There's more that will surprise you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and put away the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. The demonic dragon primordial sword appeared in his hand. 9 Suns demonic dragon sword. You actually got all 10 of them. This is simply inconceivable. If it wasn't for the influence of the heavenly flame, Elder Hua's expression would have been very ugly. Never in his dreams did he expect that Ling Xiao would have the complete 9 Suns demonic dragon sword. How could Chen Sangxiong compete with him? He felt that if he transformed into the fire god, as long as he could kill Ling Xiao, his death would be worth it. Let's fight. At this moment, fear was unavoidable. However, Elder Hua couldn't run away. Therefore, he could only fight. Above his hands, a ball of black flames condensed and turned into a black lion. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my strongest martial skill. You just got the 9 Suns demonic dragon sword. It's impossible for you to use it skillfully. Elder Hua was still comforting himself. Roar! The lion condensed from the heavenly flame let out an earth-shattering roar. Chapter 28:63. Fire God, Heavenly Flame Lion. Dai Ling Xiao. As Elder Hua roared, the heavenly flame lion in his hand wrapped around his entire body. Then, he took a step forward in the air. His body shot out like a bolt of lightning as he pounced towards Ling Xiao. In an instant, the air within the spirit barrier seemed to be burning. The entire place was filled with a burnt smell. This guy, is he trying to kill himself? When Ling Xiao saw Elder Hua's attack, he understood what was going on. He could have dodged and watched Elder Hua die on his own. However, that would have been meaningless. Such a powerful attack would have greatly stimulated the potential in his body. His cultivation would have increased by at least 10%. This power is at least at the level of a lower-tier martial skill of the immortal grade 4th heaven. Interesting. In order to let you die a quick death, I'll use my strongest move to respond to you. Ling Xiao smiled. He pointed the demon dragon sword at Elder Hua. Black demonic qi quickly condensed and twined around the demon dragon sword. A demonic immortal walked out from the sword. In an instant, the black demonic qi occupied half of the space. Half of the spirit barrier was black, while the other half was still black. However, Ling Xiao's side was filled with a cold and cruel aura. On the other side, it was blazing hot. True demonic immortal sword shadow. Kill! Ling Xiao roared and released his move. The terrifying sword qi instantly pierced through tens of meters and charged towards the ferocious heavenly flame lion. The demonic immortal sword shadow was originally a martial skill of the immortal grade 3rd heaven. However, with the support of the demon dragon sword, it could now unleash the power of a martial skill of the immortal grade 4th heaven, although it was still slightly weaker than Elder Hua's desperate attack. Boom! The two attacks collided within the spirit barrier, causing a terrifying explosion. The entire spirit barrier was filled with the two types of energy. The pitiful martial artists who were trapped inside all died because of the terrifying impact. They were already poisoned and did not have the ability to resist such a terrifying attack. It was reasonable for them to be killed. However, such a change did not cause Elder Hua to hesitate. He had already decided to perish together with Ling Xiao, so he wouldn't have any other thoughts, because that would only make his attacks more vulnerable. The stalemate lasted for a moment. The demon immortal was torn to pieces by the deviant flame lion. Then, the remaining power of the lion slammed into Ling Xiao's body. Ha ha ha, die Ling Xiao! Elder Hua knew that even though he was going to die, he had still won. However, in the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. The deviant fire that hit Ling Xiao's body was actually absorbed by Ling Xiao's body. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Ling Xiao seemed to have become much stronger because of his collision this time. It seemed to be 4 or 5 times stronger. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ling Xiao put away the demon dragon sword and grabbed Elder Hua's neck. He sneered and said, "Although I was slightly injured, it was worth it. I have to thank you for your powerful attack. It allowed my cultivation to increase by 10%. I'm closer to the peak of the Yinyang realm's 12th level of hell." At this moment, Elder Hu was trying to detonate the remaining deviant fire to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's hand seemed to have a magical power that prevented him from using his internal energy. Useless old thing, no matter what you do now, it's useless. I've said before that after knowing my true identity, none of you will be able to live. However, you didn't listen. Now, do you understand that I wasn't scaring you? As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly released a terrifying force from his hand and destroyed all the meridians in Elder Hua's body. Then he threw Elder Hua to the ground. Elder Hua lay there limply, unable to do anything. He couldn't even commit suicide. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror. His heart was filled with confusion, confusion, and regret. Back then, when the Thunder Emperor reported about Ling Xiao, the 5 elders didn't take it seriously at all. They felt that with Chen Sangxiong taking action, wouldn't Ling Xiao be easily captured? However, the young man that they looked down on was now so powerful that he could completely suppress him. Facing this young man, he couldn't even commit suicide. This was a great humiliation, and this humiliation was only the beginning. He was afraid that this ferocious beast would do something terrible after killing him. The Thunder Emperor, Chen Sangxiong, and his 3 elder brothers. He really wanted to warn them. There was a bloodthirsty beast staring at them in the dark, wanting to devour them and destroy them. With Ling Xiao's current strength, was there really anyone in the entire Chen nation who could stop him? The Thunder Emperor, Chen Sangxiong, or the remaining 3 elders? They didn't seem confident. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Elder Hua exploded with a sense of helplessness and despair that he had never felt before. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I'm a rather benevolent person. If the Chun nation's royal family didn't casually attack me, I might not have to kill them. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. However, these words didn't make Elder Hua feel at ease. Elder Hua knew that the Chun nation's royal family wouldn't let Ling Xiao go. Those people were vicious and merciless. They liked to eliminate the source of trouble, not to mention a huge threat like Ling Xiao. They would definitely do their best to eliminate him. Goodbye. Ling Xiao pointed his finger and sent Elder Hua to the Western Paradise. Then he withdrew his martial soul. There didn't seem to be anything special in this untouchable place. It was time for him to leave. It was best to take advantage of the fact that he hadn't been discovered by stronger opponents. In any case, he had already obtained the 1,000-year-old flesh Lingji mushroom and the 1,000-year-old fire serpent grass. In addition, he also had the strange beast talisman that had fused with the soul of the undying god. He had also collected more than 100 sets of defensive treasured armor from this group of fellows. If his soldiers were to wear these things, their chances of dying would be greatly reduced. It would be a waste not to take them. Such a harvest already made Ling Xiao very satisfied. He wasn't a greedy person. As he thought about this, he turned around and headed out of the untouchable place. After exiting the untouchable place, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. This was because he discovered that the situation outside had undergone a strange change. Reality and illusion seemed to have merged together, forming a strange, giant, illusory array. "Master, what do you think?" Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate after waking him up. "I'm afraid this is an emergency strategy formulated by the Chun nation's royal family. Once a crisis occurs in the untouchable place, the area outside will activate the illusion array to prevent the intruder from escaping smoothly." The Yuan Venerate analyzed. "This illusion array seems very formidable. Master, are you confident that you can break it?" Ling Xiao asked. "You can break it yourself. Why do you need me to break it?" The Yuan Venerate didn't understand. He had already imparted all his knowledge about array formations to Ling Xiao. Chapter 2864. "I want to go down and take a look. Isn't this place inhabited by Yuanling people? The last time I came here, I was almost killed by the giant of the Fortress of Trees." Later, Chun Sangxiong fought with the giant of the Fortress of Trees and was lucky enough to obtain a life essence, which helped me greatly in improving my cultivation. The giant of the fortress of trees had 10 life essences, so I want the remaining 9 as well. Given my current strength, won't I be able to do whatever I want here? Ling Xiao chuckled as he spoke. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. All right, go and find the giant of the fortress of trees. I will help you break the illusion array. The Yuan Venerate replied, Thank you, Master. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he walked in the direction in his memory, although there was an illusory formation. The place occupied by the metaspirit race had no illusory formations, so it should be relatively easy to find. He was only going there for the life essences and had no intention of fighting with Yuanling. However, if those fellows didn't know what was good for them, then they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Back then, Yuanling had started a war and almost killed his friends. He could let go of this grudge. However, if the other party didn't know what was good for them, then he wouldn't mind taking revenge. There seems to be someone over there. As Ling Xiao was walking, he suddenly saw a few figures not far away. He didn't know if they were disciples of the Arcana Academy or Yuanling martialists, but he still decided to go over and take a look. After all, given his current strength, there was probably no one in Yuanling who was a match for him, so he wasn't afraid at all. A moment later, he appeared in front of those people. There were 6 of them, 4 men and 2 women. One of the women was dressed luxuriously and had an air of nobility about her. She probably had a high status. The other woman was holding a short knife and was very alert. She was clearly this lady's personal bodyguard. As for the 4 men, they were all wearing Yuanling clothes and had Yuanling decorations on their bodies. Needless to say, these 6 fellows who looked like humans were definitely Yuanling martialists. Ling Xiao's appearance shocked the 6 of them. After all, this was Yuanling territory. Ling Xiao was clearly a human being, so he could only be a student of the Arcana Academy. They were enemies. Don't worry, I'm just passing by. Ling Xiao looked at the 6 people and said indifferently, Excuse me, where is the tree fortress? The noble and pretty girl hurriedly said, So you're looking for the tree fortress giant. He's here? Your Highness. Before the girl could finish her sentence, she was stopped by a female guard. We don't know where this person came from, and he's most likely our enemy. He must be up to no good if he's looking for the tree giants. After saying that, the female guard looked at Ling Xiao warily and even pulled out her dagger. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously and said, You're right. I'm looking for the tree fortress giant for his life essence. After all, he can regenerate his life essence after losing it. It'll just take some time. Don't even think about it. The life essence is a reward for the great Yuanling warriors. Who do you think you are? How dare you covet such a treasure? A male warrior roared at Ling Xiao. Ha ha! Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave. It was normal for others to refuse to give him something he wanted. Therefore, he planned to get it himself. This was the compensation the Yuanling gave him. Wait a minute. The girl called Princess shouted, I can feel that you're not a bad person. I'm Leah, what's your name? If you really just want the life essence, I can help you, but you'll need to buy it with spirit stones from the outside world. I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hide his name from this naive girl. Can I really buy the life essence with spirit stones? Ling Xiao asked. Of course you can. In fact, we have a lot of life essence in stock. We can't use it all. What we lack is spirit stones. If you have a lot of spirit stones, I'll definitely ask my father to trade with you. Leah nodded. So, the Chun Kingdom's royal family also made a deal with you? Ling Xiao asked. Humph, those shameless guys took the life essence, but weren't willing to pay spirit stones. We have nothing to say to them. Leah clenched her fists and said, angrily. The Chun Kingdom's royal family is indeed shameless. Ling Xiao nodded. He completely agreed with this point. Aren't you a disciple of the Arcana Academy? Then you are really bold, daring to break into their secret plane. Leah looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. It's nothing. I sneaked in and didn't meet anyone, Ling Xiao said lightly. Princess Leah, this guy doesn't look like a rich person at first glance. Moreover, he sneaked in. Aren't you afraid that he will steal our life essence? A warrior said. UPA, how can you suspect people so casually? Leah said with some annoyance. This little girl is still too naive. However, when it came to money, Ling Xiao was probably the richest person in the state of Chun. He just killed so many experts of the Chun Kingdom's royal family and seized a large number of spirit stones. Ling Xiao took out a storage ring and released the spirit stones. At that moment, UPA's eyes widened. This must be hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones, right? Leah was also surprised. One life essence is only 1 million low-grade spirit stones. How much can you buy? If possible, I'll buy as much as you have. Generally speaking, a warrior using 3 life essences would have no effect. But Ling Xiao is different. He can store the energy of the life essence in his cells. In future battles, when he encounters a strong enemy and is injured, the energy of the life essence will be automatically released. Not only can it help him increase his recovery speed, but it can also help him break through his cultivation. So he wants as much life essence as he can. His body was now a huge warehouse that could store unlimited amounts of energy. Ling Xiao put away the spirit stones again and was about to return to their tribe with Leah and the others. Suddenly, the sound of a group of beasts trampling on the ground came from afar. Rumble! The earth shook violently. It sounded like there were a lot of people coming. This sound attracted Ling Xiao's attention. He looked up and found that there were at least hundreds of Arcana Academy disciples riding black tortoise battle beasts, rushing over. The leader looked very powerful, but he was also very young. He should be a genius of the Arcana Academy. He hurriedly put on the silver mask, although these people were nothing to him. But at this moment, he was more concerned about the life essence. He didn't want to make too much noise here and attract more enemies. Damn it, it's the lackeys of the Arcana Academy. Let's go. Chapter 2865. Although Leah was naive, she was not stupid. The Arcana Academy and the Yuanling had fought more than once. Now that they had met, it was naturally impossible for them to reconcile easily. However, the other party was too fast. In addition, it seemed that they had deliberately surrounded them. As they approached, more than 100 people divided into 4 groups and surrounded them from different directions. Oh no! Leah's expression was very ugly. She usually did not come out. She basically cultivated under the protection of the tree fortress giants. This was the first time she came out, and she had encountered such trouble. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. The disciples of the Arcana Academy looked at Leah and the others with obvious mockery. It was as if they were toying with them, not really wanting to kill them, especially the young man in the lead. He was dressed in bright silver armor and looked very valiant. However, his gaze was fixed on Leah. He seemed to be smiling, and there was even a hint of manly desire in his eyes. Leah felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and her expression was very ugly. Not only were there many people in this group, but they were also very powerful. The few of them were definitely no match for them. Your Highness, the first prince of the Qin Kingdom, the Yuanling, and the royal family of the Qin Kingdom have been at peace for several months. We have signed a truce agreement to not invade each other. I hope that Your Highness can allow me to return to the Yuanling tribe. Leah looked very frightened and worried. There was one thing that Ling Xiao probably didn't know, and that was that the Yuan spirit war he had encountered was already the last one. After that incident, the 5 elders of the Qin kingdom suddenly appeared in the Yuanling tribe. With their powerful strength, they forced the Yuanling tribe to submit to the royal family of the Qin kingdom. Then, they were given a small place to live. However, the life essence they produced, the monster cores they hunted, and the large amount of medicinal herbs they cultivated all belonged to the royal family of the Qin kingdom. More importantly, once the imperial mystic realm was threatened by invaders, the Yuanling tribe had to help the royal family of the Qin kingdom fight. In other words, the Yuanling tribe had long lost its freedom. It was just a dog raised by the royal family of the Qin kingdom. However, this dog was not tamed yet. Even so, the people of Yuanling were no longer willing to be enemies with the students of Arcano Academy. He was especially unwilling to make an enemy of the Qin kingdom's royal family. However, this leading cultivator was the Qin nation's first prince. It was rumored that this person had once been appointed as the crown prince, but because of his lust for women, he committed a great taboo and was eventually deposed. But even if he was stripped of his position as the crown prince, he was still a prince and a member of the royal family. Moreover, his lustful nature had not changed at all. Of course, this prince knows that you're Yuanling's princess, Li Ya. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking for you. Yuanling used to be awesome, but what happened now? You're just like a grandson. So useless. The first prince sneered. Ha! The martial artists beside him all roared with laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think my identity as the first prince is good enough for this princess of the metaspirit race? The first prince suddenly asked. First prince, you really know how to joke. How can these natives be worthy of you, first prince? That's right. First prince, if you like, you can capture this woman and bring her back. First prince, when you're tired of playing with her, you can reward her to our brothers. It was obvious that the first prince's character was really unbearable. Not only did he like to harm women, but he also didn't treat women as humans at all. Once he was tired of playing with them, he gave them to his subordinates. This kind of behavior was simply outrageous. Hearing this, Li Ya's face turned pale. She was angry and unwilling, but more than that, she was afraid. If the first prince really wanted to do this, she would have no choice but to be bullied by others. I beg you, first prince, please let our princess go. She's still young and doesn't know anything. How did she offend you? Please don't be angry. When we return to the tribe, we will find the best woman for you. The female guard beside Leah knelt down and pleaded in horror. You're not bad. Why don't you play with me first? The first prince looked at the female guard. Although her looks weren't as good as Li Ya's, her figure was top-notch because she practiced martial arts. Although Ling Xiao was wearing a silver mask, his expression didn't look too good. He didn't like to meddle in other people's business. But this first prince was really too shameless. If possible, he really wanted to end this guy with a sword. After all, he had a grudge with the Qin kingdom's royal family. If you're willing to let the princess go, I'm willing to serve you, first prince. The female guard was really loyal to Leah. Ha ha, very good. I still have something to do today. Tomorrow, how about tomorrow? Wait in the tribe. I will personally go to Yuanling to propose marriage. Don't worry, I won't let you, the princess of Yuanling, suffer too much. The first prince laughed out loud. Although this guy was lustful, he wasn't a fool. He wanted Leah not only because she was beautiful, but more importantly, as long as he married Leah, Yuanling would be his. He would also have some advantages in the upcoming battle for the throne. Otherwise, how could he compete with Qin Sangxiong as a deposed heir? By the way, have you seen this person before? Suddenly, the first prince took out a portrait. It was Ling Xiao on the portrait. When Wu Pa saw the portrait, he was about to speak, But Leah stopped him. Leah didn't know that her unintentional action had saved her life and might even save the entire Yuanling. If Wu Pa revealed Ling Xiao's identity, then Ling Xiao would not only kill the first prince and his henchmen. The 6 people, including Leah, would also die. First prince, we haven't seen this person before. Leah replied, remember, if you see this person, report immediately. Otherwise, Yuanling will be finished. The first prince snorted coldly, turned the head of the black tortoise, and headed into the distance. As it turned out, he was searching for Ling Xiao. It seemed that the Chun Kingdom's royal family already knew about what happened in the untouchable place and was sending people to search everywhere. Looking at the first prince and his group of warriors leaving, Leah collapsed to the ground. Although she had almost never left the extreme royal mystic realm, she had still heard of the first prince's reputation. She might as well die if she were to marry such a person. Princess, there's no time to lose. Let's return to the tribe and inform the chief. Perhaps there's a way to remedy this. The female guard stood up and supported Leah. Her expression was also very anxious. She didn't want her princess to fall into the devil's mouth, and she naturally didn't want to become the first prince's plaything. Think of a way. What else can we do? Our Yuanling can't leave the extreme royal mystic realm. The only way to avoid being married by the first prince is to prevent those people from entering the extreme royal mystic realm. Do you think that's possible? Chapter 2866. Leah was in complete despair now. Unless a miracle appeared, how could she avoid such a tragedy? If your highness believes me, I will stay in Yuanling for a few days. Not only will the first prince's evil plan fail, but your Yuanling will also be safe. Ling Xiao suddenly said, my only condition is that I will take away all the life essence of Yuanling for free. Although he had spirit stones, he didn't want to spend them casually. After all, setting up all kinds of formations required spirit stones. Your Highness, don't believe that guy's words. Also, why didn't you let me say it just now? That guy is clearly someone the first prince is looking for. If we hand him over, the first prince might let us off. UPA said excitedly. UPA, you usually say that I'm naive. How come you've become more naive than me today? Do you really think that the eldest prince will let me off if he takes him away? Leah shook her head and said bitterly, that's impossible. Even if he captured Ling Xiao, he would still come after me. UPA closed his mouth. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. He was, after all, an experienced warrior. He knew the nature of the Chun Kingdom's royal family too well. After a long time, he said, but no matter what, you can't trust this guy. If the Chun Kingdom's royal family finds out that we let him go to the Yuanling tribe, they will definitely be punished. That will definitely bring us a calamity. Leah looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said, it seems that you are not from the Arcano Academy, nor are you from the Chun Kingdom's royal family. Otherwise, they wouldn't chase after you like that. Just leave. The Chun Kingdom's royal family is much more terrifying than you can imagine. You are definitely no match for them. There is no need to throw your life away for some life essence. She obviously didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. Who would believe that he was strong enough to resist the Chun Kingdom's royal army? So you're willing to become the first prince's plaything? Ling Xiao said indifferently, I know that first prince's character. Once he's tired of playing with you, he'll reward you to his subordinates. His subordinates are a group of wolves, worms, tigers, and leopards. In the end, you will be completely tortured to death. Of course I don't want to, but what can I do? I can't let Yuanling suffer because of me. I can't implicate you because of me. Leah shook her head, her face full of misery. Today he wants you to marry him. Tomorrow he might ask you to give him the tree fortress. The day after tomorrow, he might even ask all of you Yuanling to become his slaves. Man's desire is the deepest gully. It can't be filled. You should know this best. Blindly compromising may be able to exchange for a temporary peace, but sooner or later, you will still suffer. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Don't misunderstand. I'm helping you because you didn't betray me. Secondly, it's because I have a grudge against them. If they want to do something, I have to destroy it. Thirdly, I think you're a good girl. It's a pity that you're being trampled on by others. Do you really have the confidence to defeat that first prince?" Leah was silent for a long time before she raised her head and asked, "He's nothing. In front of me, he's not even comparable to a paramecium. Even if the Lightning Emperor comes personally, I can destroy him." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Braggart, will you die if you don't brag? Princess Leah, don't believe this kid. He must have other plans." Yupa said hurriedly, "Then, do you have any way to prevent me from marrying that beast?" Leah looked at Yupa and asked, Even if Yupa, have to risk my life, I will protect your highness." Yupa said loudly. Sigh. Leah sighed. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "All right, I believe you. Let's go to the Yuanling tribe together." It wasn't the first time Ling Xiao had come to the Yuanling tribe. It was just that the last time he came, he was still very weak. A mere tree fortress made him feel incomparably fearful, and he didn't even have the courage to resist. If he hadn't learned the earth elemental golden light technique at that time, he would probably have died here. Now that he had returned, his entire mentality had changed, from the mentality of a weakling to that of a powerhouse. The tree fortress was nothing in front of him. He could even destroy it with a flick of his finger. "Your Highness, you're back." It was obvious that Princess Leah had sneaked out. Her return immediately attracted the attention of the people in the tribe. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, a stranger wearing a silver mask, they all became vigilant. "Your Highness, this stranger has the aura of a human. Why is he here?" The person who asked this question was naturally a stronger warrior in the Yuanling tribe. Ordinary warriors couldn't smell the human aura on Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, this person is a friend. He came to the Yuanling tribe to make a deal," Leah explained. "A deal? What deal?" Suddenly, a dignified voice sounded. Ling Xiao looked up. It was a warrior at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. When he first entered the extreme royal mystic realm, a martial artist of this level was simply an invincible existence. However, he seemed so weak and pitiful today. "Tribe leader." When the crowd saw this dignified middle-aged man, they all stepped aside to make a path. He is indeed the tribe leader of the Yuanling tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "Father." When she saw the tribe leader, Leah hurriedly went up to him. She couldn't control the grievance in her heart and actually shed tears. A little girl was still a little girl. She was already like this after being frightened a little. If she really saw Ling Xiao killing everyone, wouldn't she be scared to death? "My dear daughter, what happened? Who bullied you and made you feel so wronged?" The leader of the Yuanling tribe leader's face darkened. He glanced at Ling Xiao intentionally or unintentionally. "Tribe leader, we met His Highness, the first prince outside." Wu Pa suddenly stood up and said, "It's His Highness, the first prince of the Qin nation. He said that he wants to marry Her Highness and will come to propose tomorrow." "What?" Hearing this, the entire Yuanling tribe was enraged. Ling Xiao could sense that even though the martialists from the Metaspirit tribe had been suppressed by the might of the Qin nation's 5 elders, they still weren't convinced, especially now that His Highness, the first prince of the Qin nation, was bullying their princess. It was fine if the first prince's character was upright, but he was also a lecher. If the princess were to marry him, wouldn't that be like a lamb entering a tiger's den? Tribe leader, let's fight it out with them. That's right, let's fight. We can't take this anymore. Chapter 28:67. Very good. The people of Yuanling are all heroes. However, Yuan Mo, will not let you die for my daughter. The difference in strength is too great. There will only be one result if we fight head-on, and that is the destruction of Yuanling. Yuan Mo looked at Leah and asked, Leah, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the sake of Yuanling's future? Leah shuddered when she heard this. She suddenly let go of her father's arm and retreated toward Ling Xiao. She was willing because her father was the person who loved her the most in the world. However, she had not expected her father to say such a thing. How could she endure this? Father, I'm not that great. I don't want to. Why should I sacrifice myself for the entire tribe? As a father, you actually want to push your daughter into a pit of fire. What right do you have to make me die for you? Leah's long-held beliefs crumbled. She had thought that her father was the greatest person in the world, and that he was the only person she could rely on. Ever since her mother had been killed by the Chun Kingdom's royal family, the only person she could rely on was her father. However, now, her father actually wanted to push her into a pit of fire that she could never climb out of. Leah, you have to understand your father's painstaking efforts. The Metaspirit race is currently on the brink of destruction, yet you're sacrificing your own happiness in exchange for their survival. What a noble thing to do. You're my daughter, Yuan Mo. As my daughter, you should do this. Yuan Mo looked at Leah and sighed. It's said that even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. As a father, you are simply too disappointing. The mouth under the silver mask said disdainfully. Ling Xiao really could not stand it anymore. Leah could choose to sacrifice herself, but as her father, Yuan Mo really had no reason to let her sacrifice herself. Perhaps he was a great tribal leader, but he was definitely not a good father. Who are you? How dare you speak such nonsense in the Yuanling tribe? Yuan Mo looked coldly at Ling Xiao and asked, Father, he's not a bad person. He's my friend. He just wants to do business with our tribe. Oh, that's right. He also said that with him around, he would definitely be able to protect our tribe from the Chun Nation's royal family. Leah said hurriedly, Not a bad guy. Yuan Mo frowned. His daughter was really naive. Who in this world would write the word bad person on their face? Family head, this fellow seems to be wanted by the Chun country's royal family. Wu Pa stood out and said, Oh. Hearing this, Yuan Mo revealed a smile. Hee, brother, our tribe has been busy recently. If you want to do business with us, that's not a problem. But I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the tribe for a few days. Speaking up to here, Yuan Mo said to UPA, go arrange this mister's residence. You must treat him with utmost care. Don't let anyone disturb him. These words sounded nice, but in fact, those who were a little smarter would be able to understand. This was not how a guest should be treated. This was clearly to put Ling Xiao under house arrest, and then hand him over to the first prince to deal with. Ling Xiao could see the old man's intention at a glance, but he did not expose him. Anyway, he had already promised to help Leah. If he had to stay, so be it. Mr. Ling Xiao, have a good rest first. I'll go see you later. Leah was still naive. She did not understand the other meaning in her father's words. Ling Xiao, come with me. Wu Pa glanced at Ling Xiao with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He followed Wu Pa to a very nice treehouse. The treehouse was very spacious and comfortable, but the guards outside did not put him in a good mood. How laughable! You're actually monitoring me? if I, Ling Xiao, want to leave, even if all of your Yuanling people come out, you won't be able to stop me." Ling Xiao sneered. He did not have a good impression of this Yuanling family head. Yuan Mo originally he did intend to protect Yuanling, but now he only intended to protect Leah. Whether the others died or not had nothing to do with him. This Yuan Mo actually thought that by handing him over to the first prince, he could obtain the forgiveness of the first prince and the Qin kingdom's royal family. How laughable! It was simply stupid to not understand the situation. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stepped out of the room, wanting to directly take the life essence. Since this old man was so heartless, he did not need to care about his previous promise. Stop! As soon as he stepped out of the room, he was stopped by 4 figures. These 4 people were clearly warriors carefully selected by the Yuanling. They were not weak. They were probably warriors second only to family head Yuan Mo. What? Is this how your tribe treats guests? Ling Zhao's eyes shot out a vicious look. If they thought he was easy to bully, then this group of people was really blind. Go back. The family head has ordered that you are not to leave this room until tomorrow. One of the people's voice was extremely cold and even had a commanding tone. I'm not your prisoner. I can leave whenever I want. Can you stop me? Ling Xiao said coldly. Guest, don't make things difficult for us. This will make you safer. If you insist on leaving this room and get hurt, don't blame us. That person still said very rudely, What? Do you still want to make a move? Ling Xiao sneered. The family head has ordered that if the guest insists on leaving, we can do whatever we want, including using force to stop the guest. That person's face revealed a murderous expression, and a cold aura exuded from his body. With just you? Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and a bone-chilling, killing intent appeared in his eyes, instantly landing on the 4 people in front of him. The 4 warriors felt as if their bodies had been pierced by sharp blades, and they actually felt substantial damage and pain. They took a few steps back in fear, and cold sweat flowed down their foreheads. Get lost! Ling Xiao stepped forward. When his right foot landed on the ground, a terrible force sprang up from the ground, and the 4 people were all sent flying, causing an explosion in the air. For Leah's sake, I won't kill you today, but trash like Paramecia better not provoke me again. Ling Xiao said coldly, then turned and left. The 4 people looked at Ling Xiao's back in horror, then struggled to get up from the ground and ran toward the family head's treehouse. Not long after Ling Xiao left, the Yuanling family head, Yuan Mo, brought people here. Seeing that the room was empty, Yuan Mo's face was very ugly. Bastard, you can't even keep an eye on a person. If this guy leaves, who will be responsible if the first prince investigates tomorrow? Yuan Mo roared fiercely and slapped the warrior in charge of guarding the treehouse in the face. Father, why did you do this to him? Ling Xiao said that he will protect our Yuanling, but if you treat him like this, he will definitely be disappointed. Chapter 2868. Leah found it hard to understand. Her father had actually placed Ling Xiao under house arrest. Was this really something her father would do? Shut up. Since he's escaped, you can leave with the eldest prince tomorrow. Yuan Mo roared angrily at his daughter. The women of the Metaspirit clan are meant to serve their clansmen. Marrying the first prince and saving the entire clan isn't a bad thing. It's just like how your mother married the Lightning Seigneur and helped me seize the position of chief of the Yuanling tribe. My mother married the Lightning Seigneur? This was the first time Leah had heard of such a thing. That's right, but it's a pity that her life was too cheap. She died after leaving the Imperial Secret Realm for 10 days. We Yuanling warriors really can't leave the Secret Realm. Yuan Mo said disdainfully. Father, are you sure that Mother died because she couldn't adapt to the outside environment? Wasn't she tortured to death by the Lightning Seigneur? Leah couldn't believe her ears. She had always thought that her father was a great hero, but now she realized that this father was so terrifying that she didn't recognize him. Slap! A crisp slap landed on Leah's face. Yuan Emo looked coldly at his own daughter. Women are the most useless. Yuan Emo, have a son, and that's enough. Come on, lock Leah up and send her to the eldest prince tomorrow. Leah looked at her father and let the others drag her away. Although she was a princess, she only understood today that women had the least status in Yuanling. They were the most pitiful and could be treated like goods at any time. Her eyes were filled with tears. This was the first time she felt such pain in her heart. If she had been betrayed by someone else, she could still accept it, but it was actually her father who had betrayed her. For the tribe, her father was even willing to push her into a pit of fire and let her suffer inhumane torture. She despaired. This was the first time she felt that the world was so dark and boring. She wanted to kill herself, but it was useless. Her internal energy had been sealed, and her hands and feet were locked. She couldn't even wipe the tears from her eyes, let alone kill herself. Ling Xiao obviously didn't know what was happening. He was currently plundering the Yuanling's life essence warehouse. There were actually 600 life essences. He had saved up quite a lot of Yuanling. Of course, he wanted all of them and swallowed all of them. The life essence's energy couldn't be absorbed all at once, so his cultivation only increased by 10%. However, a large amount of energy was stored in his cells as potential. Just like before, as long as he encountered danger in battle, his potential would be stimulated. Thus, he was forced to break through. Therefore, he was not worried about wasting resources. Ling Xiao didn't leave the warehouse. Instead, he decided to sleep here for the night. In any case, this was the most important place for the Metaspirit race. Normally, no one would come here to disturb him, especially at night. Early in the morning, there was no sun in the extreme royal mystic realm. However, the sunlight outside could still enter this secret realm through special laws. Early in the morning, it was supposed to be the time when everything woke up. The Yuanling tribe should be very lively. However, in reality, this place was so quiet that it even felt like a deathly stillness. There was a prisoner's wagon at the entrance of the Yuanling tribe. Poor Leah was locked inside, like a canary in a cage. In order to prevent her from committing suicide, Yuanmal was very cruel. He looked into the distance with great anticipation, hoping that the first prince would come as promised. As long as his daughter was married to the first prince, the Metaspirit race would be completely safe. This was because they would also become part of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Leah's originally clean face was covered with tears, but now she couldn't shed any more tears. After a night of crying, her tears had dried up. At this moment, she was very tired and wanted to sleep as soon as possible. However, once she fell asleep, endless nightmares would be waiting for her. She wasn't afraid of tiredness or hardship, but this unbearable despair made her very uncomfortable. She was locked up like a commodity by her biological father and was going to be given to a beast-like first prince. She could imagine her tragic fate after she married him. Perhaps, like her mother, she would be tortured to death very quickly. The female guard still loyally stayed by her side. As a dowry, she was also going to marry the first prince. At this moment, Wu Pa no longer coveted Leah. Although he liked Leah very much, he didn't dare to compete with the first prince for a woman. There were still some people in the Yuanling tribe who were very unhappy. When did the brave and unyielding Yuanling people become so cowardly and easily bullied? They could only bow their heads in the face of oppression. However, they couldn't help but agree with the chief's words. They were too weak. The weak bowed their heads to the strong. This was a matter of course in the mystic world. Now, they could only wait for the wedding procession to arrive. After about an hour, a group of figures appeared in the distance. The chief of the Yuanling tribe, Yuan Ma, who once dared to fight Qin Sangxiong, was now as timid as a mouse. When he saw this group of people, he actually went to greet them. The person who came was indeed the first prince. Behind him were hundreds of warriors. We respectfully welcome the first prince. Yuan Mo and the rest of the Yuanling people knelt down. The Qin kingdom's first prince looked at these people with disdain, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. In the past, the Yuanling tribe was fierce enough. However, after the 5 elders came out, they became cowards. It was simply laughable. Yuan Ma, you are really an idiot. Leah will be my princess after she marries. How can you trap her in a cage? The first prince looked at Yuan Mo and questioned, Your Highness, Leah is stubborn and doesn't know how good you are. I only did this because I was afraid that something would happen to her. Yuan Mo hurriedly explained, If your Highness is willing, I will naturally let her out. No need. Since you want to marry off your daughter, you should have a dowry. I heard that the Yuanling tribe still has a lot of life essence. Take it all out and use it as your daughter's dowry. In addition, I like the giant tree fortress very much. It will belong to me in the future. The first prince seemed to be talking about something very ordinary. However, when Leah heard this, she couldn't help but recall what Ling Xiao had said before. The people of the Qin kingdom's royal family never knew how to be satisfied. She didn't expect that such a rude request would come so soon. Your Highness, the giant tree fortress is the guardian of the Yuanling tribe. If we give it to you, the Yuanling tribe will definitely be in danger. Chapter 28:69. Yuan Mo, do you want your life or the tree giants? The eldest prince's voice turned cold, and his eyes were filled with mockery. You brat, do you really think that your daughter is worthy of this king bringing such a large number of people to marry her? To tell you the truth, even if she marries me, she'll just be a lowly concubine with no status. Don't tell me you still don't know Benwang's true purpose? I'll give you half an hour to hand over all of your life essence, including the tree giants. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The eldest prince was incomparably refreshed. He had come to the imperial mystic realm to cultivate before and had been attacked by Yuanling warriors. At that time, he was so scared that he ran away like a rat. But now he could humiliate the dignified Yuanling patriarch, Yuan Mo, as he pleased. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Yuan Mo's, he had stronger guards by his side. Go and take out all of your life essence. Also, hand over control of the tree giants to the eldest prince. Yuan Mo turned around and shouted. The brave and valiant patriarch of the past had now become a submissive piece of trash. This made many Yuanling warriors very unhappy. They finally stood up. Patriarch, we can't be bullied like this. How many warriors have died for those life essences? Are we going to give them away today? There's also the giant of the tree fortress. That's the guardian of the Metaspirit clan. Once we send it out, the martial practitioners of the Metaspirit clan will become the targets of all the demon beasts in the extreme royal mystic realm. There were a total of 10 warriors who stood up, and each of them had an expression of grief and indignation on their faces. You're all crazy. Yuan Mo's expression became incomparably ugly. It's not us who's crazy, it's you who's crazy. You actually want to send your daughter into the fire pit. These guys are obviously insatiable, and their desires can't be satisfied with anything. Today, they want the life essences and the tree giants. Tomorrow, they'll destroy Yuanling because by then, we'll have no value to them. The leader of the resistance shouted loudly. Well said, but it's a pity that those who understand will always die quickly. The first prince sneered and waved his hand casually. The two martial artists beside him dashed out. Moments later, the brave warriors who resisted were all killed. No matter how brave they could not overcome the difference in strength between them and Wu Qing. Did you see that? Did you see that? That's the consequence of going against the first prince. Why aren't you following the first prince's orders? Yuan Mo roared. Yes. Perhaps frightened by the first prince's fierce methods, a group of Yuanling warriors hurried to the warehouse where the life essence was stored. Ha ha ha, that's the right thing to do. Yuan Mo, you dog, you really know how to behave. Don't worry, this king isn't an unreasonable person. You've offered your daughter today, and you've even shown me your life essence and tree fortress giants. This king will definitely treat you well. Although you'll still be dogs, at the very least, you'll be living dogs. The first prince laughed heartily. His proud voice echoed throughout the Yuanling tribe. Your Highness, you're right. Leah, that bitch, is as useless as her mother. She even dared to resist. When your Highness returns, you must discipline her on behalf of me, her father. If your Highness has any requests in the future, I'll do my best to fulfill them. Yuan Mo really was like a dog. He lay there on the ground, not looking like a brave warrior at all, especially when he openly said that the first prince could discipline his daughter as he pleased. He even called his daughter and wife bitches. This kind of man was worse than a beast. However, Leah was already numb to it. Since yesterday, she already knew what kind of person her father was, so it was not surprising that her father would say such things. Ha ha, don't worry, I have a lot of tricks. I guarantee that your daughter will taste a lot of good things. The first prince laughed heartily. I'm afraid you'll never have that chance again. You shameless father, and you beast-like first prince, you'll both die here today. Suddenly, a cold and eerie voice sounded from the tribe. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Who's there? Yuan Mo and the others looked in the direction of the tribe. A young man, wearing a silver mask, was slowly walking over. Judging from the eerie, murderous aura he was very angry. Ling Xiao. Yuan Mo suddenly became excited. He hurriedly said to the first prince, Your Highness, this person came back with this bitch yesterday. I caught him, but he escaped in the middle of the night. I didn't expect him to walk right into the trap. He's the wanted criminal you're looking for. Oh, the first prince stared fixedly at Ling Xiao's face. It was a pity that he could not see Ling Xiao's expression because of the silver mask on his face. However, this guy actually took the initiative to come to his door. It was a pleasant surprise. As long as he caught this guy, he would definitely make a great contribution. In the future, even his father would not dare to look down on him. You're crazy. Since you left, why did you come back? When Leah saw Ling Xiao, her originally numb expression became more emotional. She sighed helplessly and said, You're simply a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Princess Leah, you must be joking. I've already taken all the life essence of your tribe. So now, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Don't worry, with me here, you won't die. Ling Xiao looked at Leah and said as if there was no one else around. Ha 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 ha. The first prince suddenly burst into crazy laughter. He had two martial artists at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm protecting him. No matter how powerful this Ling Xiao was, could he face two such powerhouses alone? Therefore, he was certain that Ling Xiao had come here purely to seek death. Yuan Mo, this guy sneaked into the extreme imperial mystic realm and has already committed a capital crime. Now go kill this guy. Kill him, and I'll believe in your loyalty. Although the extreme imperial mystic realm had already adopted an emergency plan, the first prince still did not know that Ling Xiao had entered the untouchable area. In his opinion, Ling Xiao had only wandered around the king-level area, and his goal was the life essence. If he knew that Ling Xiao had gone to the untouchable area and even went on a killing spree inside, he probably would not be as calm as he was now. This lowly one obeys, but there's no need for this lowly one to personally kill him. UPA. Yuan, Mo shouted loudly. UPA, didn't you want to make a contribution in front of the first prince? Just right, the opportunity has come. Kill this kid and solve the first prince's problems. This subordinate obeys. Chapter 2870. From the moment he met Ling Xiao, UPA disliked Ling Xiao very much, especially when he learned that Ling Xiao was wanted by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. He had already planned to capture this guy and hand him over to the first prince. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to rely on the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Now that he finally had a chance, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Ling Xiao looked at UPA indifferently and said coldly, "Yesterday, if it weren't for Leah stopping me, would you have sold me out to this first prince?" "That's right. Our Yuanling has already submitted to the Qin Kingdom's royal family. A guy like you naturally has to be handed over to His Highness, the first prince." UPA didn't know how terrible the consequences of his answer would be. "Very well, I understand. However, I still have to give you a piece of advice. It's best if you don't make a move. Otherwise, your punishment will become a death sentence." Ling Xiao looked at UPA indifferently and said coldly, F***CK, your mother. Killing you will be a great achievement. UPA roared and then pounced at Ling Xiao. This kind of creature formed by Yuan Qi was pure energy from head to toe. UPA's body was extremely strong. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had a sturdy body. When he ran, he could actually cause the surrounding elements to fluctuate. The scene was extremely shocking. As expected of UPA, other than the patriarch, he should be ranked first in Yuanling. How terrifying! The martial practitioners of the Metaspirit clan all screamed in excitement as they looked at UPA. The warriors of Yuanling with backbone were already dead. The remaining ones were all trash without backbone. They probably couldn't wait for Wu Pa to kill Ling Xiao with one punch. As he spoke, UPA had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. His body had already transformed into a ferocious cheetah. A cheetah that was completely formed by energy. This speed was too fast. It happened in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao stood there, completely unable to react. He was already dumbfounded. "Kill him!" Yuan Mo roared. He wasn't sure about other things, but as long as Ling Xiao was dead, the first prince's evaluation of him would naturally improve. This was a very important and fortunate thing for both him and Yuanling. No, Leah couldn't bear to see Ling Xiao die. Ling Xiao was here to keep his promise to her. If Ling Xiao died, how could she erase the sins in her heart? UPA was one of the strongest warriors of the entire Metaspirit race. Although she knew that God could help Ling Xiao, she really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could block UPA's attack. Die. The more Leah acted like this, the more UPA hated Ling Xiao. His terrifying fists finally landed on Ling Xiao's body. Rumble. A terrifying roar exploded around Ling Xiao's body. Smoke and dust filled the air, and Ling Xiao's figure could no longer be seen clearly. Ha ha ha, serves him right. He's already been blown to pieces. Now, the first prince won't do anything more to Yuanling. That's great. UPA is really powerful. No wonder he's the #1 warrior in Yuanling, second only to the patriarch. His cultivation has already reached the late stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could this poor human be able to block it? However, the crowd's discussion didn't make UPA happy. Only UPA could clearly feel that his punch didn't hurt Ling Xiao at all, as if it had hit a towering mountain. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Ling Zhao's figure reappeared. They couldn't see his face under the mask, but they could see Ling Zhao's disdainful eyes. Not only was Ling Zhao not killed, but he didn't even move an inch from where he was just standing. "Are you tickling me?" Ling Zhao's contemptuous voice came out of his mouth, full of mockery. "That's impossible." UPA couldn't believe it. He was sure that his attack was absolutely full of strength, but it didn't have any effect at all. That was impossible. Wasn't Ling Zhao a human? You must have suffered internal injuries. You must have. Don't pretend to be strong and calm. The corner of UPA's mouth twitched, and he said nonsense that even he didn't believe. Internal injuries? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. "You think you're worthy of injuring me? Are you ready?" "What?" UPA was stunned and asked. "I've said that there's only one result if you attack, and that's death. You can't be so forgetful, right?" Ling Zhao said indifferently. It wasn't until this moment that the warriors of Yuanling suddenly came to their senses. They only knew that Ling Zhao was a wanted criminal, but they didn't know how strong Ling Zhao was. "UPA, run away!" Yuan Mo suddenly yelled. UPA also reacted. He wanted to turn around and run away, but his fists seemed to be sucked by Ling Zhao's body and couldn't be pulled away. Run away. It's too late to run away now. Ling Zhao raised his right hand indifferently and slowly approached UPA's forehead with only one finger. UPA felt a fear that he had never felt before. Death seemed to be in front of his eyes and was constantly approaching. "It's over." UPA could feel the terrible power released from that finger, which was definitely not something he could resist. When you go to hell, remember, it's best not to act rashly before you figure out the situation. Ling Zhao's finger finally touched UPA's forehead. At that moment, nothing happened. UPA was still a little happy, but in the blink of an eye, his whole head began to distort and deform. Bang! His body suddenly flew out and exploded in midair. When he fell to the ground, he had become an incomplete corpse. Wu Pa was actually killed. All the warriors of Yuanling felt a fear that they had never felt before in the depths of their hearts. They only thought that Ling Zhao was a person who could be bullied easily, but they didn't expect that Ling Zhao was strong enough to destroy the entire Yuanling. A bunch of idiots. You chose the wrong side. Even the gods can't save you. Ling Zhao looked at Yuan Mo and the other warriors of Yuanling sarcastically. These fellows actually wanted to kill Ling Zhao because of a single sentence from the first prince. But they didn't know that the eldest prince and the so-called masters behind him were just a group of paramecia in Ling Zhao's eyes. He wanted to help Yuanling out of the kindness of his heart, but these idiots didn't appreciate his kindness at all. In that case, why should he bother? However, he still had to kill the eldest prince. This was not for Yuanling, but for the girls who had been harmed. Although he usually didn't like to be chivalrous, he was still willing to do what he could. At this time, Leah was completely in a trance. Chapter 2871. Leah's previous thought was that Ling Zhao might be a disciple of a powerful force from outside. He might be able to help her and her tribe. However, after seeing Ling Zhao's attack, she finally understood that Ling Zhao was not joking when he said he would protect her. He was serious. Interesting. Seeing Ling Zhao easily kill UPA, the eldest prince did not panic at all. Instead, he showed a look of interest. Perhaps to him, the people of Yuanling were too trashy and could not keep up with the times. Ling Zhao, you are indeed as powerful as the rumors say. However, with your cultivation, you can only bully this group of good-for-nothings. You are still useless in front of me. Ling Zhao glanced at the eldest prince and showed a somewhat disdainful smile. This idiot prince's cultivation was too low, and his eyesight was even worse. In fact, The blow he used to kill UPA just now had at least the strength of the first turn of the Enyang State's 12th level of hell. This guy actually did not see it at all. That good-for-nothing UPA. It seems that I have to do it myself. Yuan, Mo gritted his teeth. He could not tolerate being called a good-for-nothing. If he became a good-for-nothing, he would lose his value and would not be far from death. If the patriarch personally does it, there will be no problem. All of the Metaspirit race martial practitioners became excited again. Patriarch, avenge UPA. Kill that guy. Yuan Mo did not speak. A saber appeared in his hand. This saber was a celestial-grade spiritual weapon. He had snatched it from the disciples of the Arcana Academy. The saber glowed with a cold silver light and revealed a terrifying, murderous aura. Yuan Mo's cold eyes stared at Ling Xiao. This saber of his had caused countless disciples of the Arcana Academy to suffer. Even Chen Sangxiong was no match for him. The moment he took out the saber today, Yuan Mo's entire aura changed. Oh, not bad. You are indeed the patriarch of Yuanling. You are indeed stronger than that good-for-nothing UPA. The first prince said with a smile, as if he was watching a show. To him, capturing Ling Xiao was a piece of cake. He didn't mind watching a good show before making his move. Ling Xiao, you killed my clan's warrior Wu Pa, eat my blade. Yuan Mo roared and took a step forward, brandishing his saber at the same time. Saber light flashed, and saber intent burst out. The entire space was suddenly filled with terrifying saber intent. It was as if countless sabers were dancing in the air. It was terrifying. Suddenly, Yuan Mo slashed out with his saber. The extremely terrifying saber chi became incomparably huge and blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. He did not hold back in this attack, as he was determined to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. If Ling Xiao didn't die, the Yuanling tribe would have no future. At the very least, that was what he thought. The saber chi tore through the void and instantly arrived near Ling Xiao. The whistling wind from the saber made the onlookers feel the pain of their bodies being torn apart. The warriors of the Yuanling tribe were so excited that their bodies kept trembling. Such a terrifying attack could even injure a warrior of the first turn of the Enyang state and the early stage of the 12th level of hell. Not to mention Ling Xiao. This kid was dead meat. Until now, they still hadn't figured out Ling Xiao's true strength. Ling Xiao yawned. He stretched out his right hand in boredom and then gently raised 2 fingers. The terrifying saber chi blasted onto Ling Xiao's fingernail. It was easily blocked by the fingernail, and there was not the slightest crack on the fingernail. Everyone looked at this scene with incomparable shock. What was going on? Yuan Mo was even more shocked. This was already his most powerful attack, but the other party blocked it with just a fingernail. How powerful was this young man in front of him? He began to regret and fear. Perhaps he had really offended someone he shouldn't have offended at all. Crack! The saber shattered. Ling Xiao had actually used 2 fingers to destroy an immortal grade spirit tool treasured saber. Then his figure flashed, and he was already in front of Yuan Mo. Oh no! Yuan Mo only saw a black shadow coming at him, and he hurriedly retreated. But how could his speed compare to Ling Xiao's? 2 cold lights flashed. It was actually the cold light brought by the fingernail. But Yuan Mo's 2 arms were already broken. After that, a blood-curdling shriek came out of his mouth. Ling Xiao's finger had pierced into his body and crippled his cultivation. I won't kill you, because you'll see something you don't want to see the most. Ling Xiao showed mercy not because he was merciful, but because he wanted to make Yuan Mo suffer more. The patriarch Yuan Mo was crippled so easily. This scene finally shocked all of the Metaspirit race's martial artists to the core. They were terrified, and uneasy. You want to kill me? Even if all the warriors of Yuanling attack together, you're not qualified. Ling Xiao looked at the warriors of Yuanling disdainfully and said coldly, I dare to be enemies with the royal family of the Qin Kingdom, but you're only worthy of being dogs for the royal family of the Qin Kingdom. Don't you understand the huge gap in strength between us? Trash. What a bunch of trash. The eldest prince saw that Yuan Mo was crippled in an instant. This scene was not very satisfying. He was no longer interested in continuing to watch. He waved his hand behind him and said, Go, kill that kid. It doesn't matter if the other parts of his body are destroyed. Just leave his head behind. I still have to ask my father for a reward. Ling Xiao threw Yuan Mo down, then walked to the cage and released Leah. Furthermore, he used his barrier martial soul to protect her and her female bodyguard. Leah and her female guard were the only two people Ling Xiao wanted to save among these people. He had promised to protect Leah. Moreover, this woman did not betray him at the critical moment. It was not bad to do her a favor. As for the female guard, no matter how dangerous the situation was, she was still loyal to Leah. Just this loyalty alone was enough to make him think highly of her. He turned around and looked at the eldest prince. A cold gaze shot out from Ling Xiao's eyes like the light of hell. It was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze a person's body in an instant. At that moment, the eldest prince was so frightened that he fell from his black tortoise. He was so frightened that he thought Ling Xiao had already killed his way to him. However, when he got up, he realized that Ling Xiao was still standing there without moving. Just his gaze alone was enough to make him terrified. Kill him quickly. The eldest prince was furious. No one could make a fool of him like this. Yes, behind the eldest prince, more than a dozen warriors rushed toward Ling Xiao, trying to take the lead. These people were not weak. They were all at the early stage of the 12th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Logically speaking, they should not have underestimated their enemy. However, the problem was that they did not expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. When the dozen or so martial artists shouted and pounced towards Ling Xiao was shocked. Chapter 2872. Suddenly, the dozen or so warriors who were rushing towards Ling Xiao froze. It was as if they were bound by something, unable to move. Their entire bodies seemed to be paralyzed. At this time, Ling Xiao slowly walked towards them with an indifferent expression on his face. Oh no, this guy is too strong. His energy can actually bind our movements. This guy is at least a martial artist at the late stage of the first transformation of the 12th level of hell. Finally, someone who understood the situation appeared. One of the warriors who was bound had once heard his master say that if one wanted to use energy to bind the opponent's movements, in terms of internal strength, one had to be at least 2 small realms stronger than the opponent. They were all martial artists at the early stage of the 12th level of hell. Then, wouldn't Ling Xiao's cultivation be at least at the late stage of the 12th level of hell? How could they afford to offend such a person? Hearing this person's words, everyone was stunned. Yuan Mo even forgot the bursts of pain coming from his body. Ling Xiao was actually a powerhouse at the late stage of the first transformation of the 12th level of hell. He was clearly so young. He was actually stupid enough to make an enemy of such a person. No wonder Wu Pa died. No wonder he was easily defeated by the other party. Regret, endless regret, flooded him like a tidal wave. He suddenly thought of what his daughter, Leah, had once said. Leah had said that Ling Xiao was here to help the Yuanling, to protect their tribe from being harassed and bullied by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. But what did he do? Because he was afraid of the Qin Kingdom's eldest prince, he actually put Ling Xiao under house arrest and begged for mercy from the Qin Kingdom's eldest prince. He did all kinds of shameless things. However, in the end, he suddenly realized that the eldest prince, whom he was afraid of, was nothing in front of this young man. Originally, this powerful warrior could have become their tribe's most powerful guardian. But he had done so many stupid things. He was afraid of an ant, and in order to beg for mercy from the ant, he attacked a powerhouse. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous he felt. It was also lamentable. The eldest prince also looked at Ling Xiao in horror. At this time, his only thought was to escape. However, Ling Xiao's aura had already enveloped the entire area. It was impossible for him to escape. He could even feel that if he were to escape, there would only be one outcome: a tragic death. First Prince, don't worry. With us here, we will definitely ensure His Highness' safety. The two warriors beside the First Prince, who had the same cultivation as Ling Xiao, comforted the First Prince. However, even they were able to sense that Ling Xiao's aura was so terrifying that it could completely suppress the two of them. With the same cultivation, how could there be such a huge gap? Did you just say you were going to kill me? Ling Xiao finally walked to the front of the Qin Kingdom cultivator and asked with a faint smile on his face. That person's body trembled nonstop, as if he was shivering in the cold wind. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror and shouted, "I beg you, please spare me. I'm just following orders." "Acting on orders? I clearly saw that you were the first to rush out just now. Your First Prince didn't seem to mention your name." Ling Xiao stretched out his hand. His slender and straight fingers approached the warrior's forehead. The warrior was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. He clearly remembered the scene when Ling Xiao killed Wu Pa. He didn't want to die like that. He didn't want to die like that. Die! A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. A terrifying force immediately burst out from his fingers. That warrior was bounced out like a rubber ball. He crashed into 7 or 8 people in a row. And these 7 or 8 warriors all died tragically on the spot. Ling Xiao never showed mercy to his enemies. It was so in the past. It was so now. It would be so in the future. He would never show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Lava storm. Destroy. Killing them one by one was too boring. Ling Xiao raised his hand. A crazy heat was brewing in his hand. It seemed to have turned into a small volcano. Then, a terrifying storm erupted. The boiling lava was like a terrifying gale that swept towards that group of warriors. Shrill screams began to rise and fall. Previously, they looked down on Ling Xiao and looked down on Ling Xiao. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Now all that was left were their screams and begging for mercy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the boiling lava roaring there. His expression didn't change at all. The First Prince, who was protected by 2 yin-yang realm cultivators at the late stage of the 12th level of hell, escaped this calamity. They floated in the air, trying to escape. However, no matter which direction they went, Ling Xiao would always appear in front of them. The First Prince looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The youth in front of him was no longer a human. He was a ferocious beast, a malefic star, a demon king. He killed people like flies and would never show mercy. The people of Yuanling didn't know how to express their emotions when they saw this horrifying scene. They could only kneel there in horror and pray that Ling Xiao would not attack them after killing the First Prince and his men. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight against such a powerful existence. There would only be one ending for them, and that was death. Undoubtedly death. First Prince, don't be afraid. We will protect. Before the 2 warriors at the late stage of the 12th level of hell could finish their words, their throats were pierced by 2 rays of cold light from Ling Xiao's fingers. They fell into the boiling lava. Their corpses were instantly reduced to ashes. Protect? Can you protect him? Ling Xiao looked disdainfully in the direction where the two fell, then looked at the first prince. Do you still want to kill me now? He asked mockingly. No, no. The first prince shook his head like a rattledrum. Kill Ling Xiao. Don't joke around. This fiend only used one move to kill almost all the warriors who followed him. Not to mention those useless people, he was actually able to instantly kill 2 warriors at the late stage of the 12th level of hell. With this guy's strength, even the stupidest person could figure it out. He still dared to kill Ling Xiao? Could he kill him? With his strength, he could not even kill Yuan Mo, let alone Ling Xiao. He was just relying on the few experts by his side. But now, those experts were already dead. What else did he have? You can't kill me. I'm the first prince of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. I'm the son of the Lightning Emperor. The 5 elders all like me very much. If you kill me, don't even think about leaving here alive. The first prince shouted in horror. He was already speaking without thinking. What's my name? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Ling Xiao. Yes, my name is Ling Xiao. I killed the 2nd prince, the 8th prince, the 12th prince, and the 11th prince. I also killed your Elder Kong and destroyed your Supreme Lightning. I just went to the untouchable place and killed that useless Elder Hua. Then, may I ask, what are you compared to them? Ling Xiao looked at the first prince mockingly and asked, Chapter 2873. I've killed so many members of the royal family. So, what if I kill one more? Ling Xiao looked at the eldest prince with contempt. This idiot, before his cultivation reached his current level, he had never been afraid of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. How could he be afraid now? After 10 breaths, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. Before you die, remember this world one last time. 10 breaths. The eldest prince was stunned for a moment. Then he climbed onto the mystic tortoise and desperately fled into the distance. Idiot! I let you use this time to repent, but you want to escape. How far can you run in 10 breaths? Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He said 10 breaths, so it was 10 breaths. The eldest prince frantically fled for his life. The mystic tortoise fell to the ground because of his frantic whipping. He climbed to his feet and rushed forward. He didn't know that he could escape at such a speed. He had never run so fast before. However, he still couldn't feel any hope. The shadow of death still shrouded him. His heart was filled with regret. Why did he rush to perform meritorious deeds? Why did he chase after Ling Xiao? He was simply courting death. Last breath. Ling Xiao gently raised a finger and pointed it at the fleeing eldest prince. No. The eldest prince stopped in horror and turned to look at Ling Xiao. The distance was more than 500 meters, but with the eyes of a warrior, he could still see Ling Xiao. The guy had a cold smile on his face, as if he was looking at an insignificant paramecium. He wasn't a warrior, not a prince of the Qin Kingdom. Swoosh! A purplish-blue electric beam shot out from Ling Xiao's fingertip and instantly traversed 500 meters. I don't want to die yet. The first prince cried out in horror, but it was too late now. The electric beam pierced his throat and then crazily destroyed his body. He could even feel his life force draining away. His body was gradually falling apart. In the end, he died with grievances. His eyes were still open in horror. He, the eldest prince of the Qin Kingdom, died just like that. So cowardly, so simple. Ling Xiao easily killed the first prince, and then turned around to look at the warriors of Yuanling. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Yuan Mo. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Yuan Mo was supported by his clansmen. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, not knowing what to say. In order to serve the royal family, in order to fulfill the eldest prince's wish, he actually attacked Ling Xiao and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. At this moment, when he saw that the first prince and his men were all killed, he completely understood. Ling Xiao's strength was indeed enough to protect the entire Yuanling. What was laughable was that he had actually turned this guardian deity into an enemy to deal with Ling Xiao, constantly offending and infuriating Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had removed his boundary martial spirit. Leah and her female guard saw everything from within the barrier. Leah herself did not expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying and powerful. She was still in a state of great shock. He was only 16 years old, but his cultivation was already so terrifying. It was no wonder that such a genius could enter the extreme royal mystic realm. It was no wonder that the royal family wanted to kill him. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Ling Xiao, leave quickly!" "Why?" Ling Xiao looked at Leah gently. He could also look at people who were good to him warmly. "You just killed the first prince of the Qin kingdom. Although he was not favored, he was still the former crown prince. The Thunder Emperor will definitely not let you go. There are also the 5 elders of the Qin kingdom and many other experts." Leah did not understand why Ling Xiao was still so calm. She was extremely anxious. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. Although he was not afraid of the experts of the Qin Kingdom's royal family, the people of Heavenly Pool Mountain could still pose a huge threat to him. Therefore, he still needed to improve his strength. Just as he was about to leave with Leah and her female guard, suddenly Yuan Mo spoke. "Leah, what are you talking about? This young hero Ling Xiao is an invincible expert of the Yinyang realm. How could he be afraid of the Qin Kingdom's royal family? Moreover, he said that he would protect our Yuanling." Speaking up to this point, Yuan Mo looked at Ling Xiao obsequiously and said, "Young hero Ling Xiao, what I did before was because I was blind. I treated Jin Xiangyu as a piece of trash. Yuanling is willing to submit to young hero Ling Xiao. We are willing to repent and atone for our sins. We hope that young hero Ling Xiao will forgive us and stay here to protect our Yuanling from those despicable martial artists of the Qin Kingdom." Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Mo again. He already knew that this person was shameless, but he did not expect him to be so shameless. This Yuan Mo's attitude changed from arrogance to deference because of Ling Xiao's strength. He had killed the first prince and 2 martial artists of the Yinyang realm at the late stage of the Yinyang realm. Therefore, Yuan Mo wanted to use Ling Xiao to fight against the Qin Kingdom's royal family and let the Yuanling seize control of the extreme royal mystic realm again. It was really a good plan. "If you dare say another word, I'll slaughter all of Yuanling." Ling Xiao's expression was extremely cold. Other than Leah and her female guard, everyone else scram. "Yes, yes, yes. We'll scram, we'll scram. As long as young hero Ling Xiao is willing to help Yuanling, I'm willing to give up my position as the patriarch. Oh, right, I can also give Leah and her female guard to you. You can do whatever you want with them." Yuan Mo was still chattering away as he retreated. Scram. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and angry. This Yuan Mo was really hopeless. "Everyone leave." Seeing Ling Xiao's expression, Yuan Mo knew that they might really be killed if they stayed, so he led the rest of Yuanling away. "Leah, what do you plan to do? Leave with me or stay?" Ling Xiao looked at Leah and asked, "I want to go with you." Leah raised her head and gritted her teeth. "Okay, Demonic Dragon City or the 8 Immortals County. Choose one. Both are my territories. You can live and work in peace." Ling Xiao smiled. This girl was not a fool after all. That kind of father and clansman were not worth being nostalgic for. "What about you?" Leah asked. "I still have things to do here. The Qin Kingdom's royal family owes me a lot of debts. I want to collect all of them." Ling Xiao said with a chuckle, "Then be careful." Leah glanced at Ling Xiao. She was somewhat attached to this mysterious and powerful young man. However, she also knew that she was not worthy of this person. To be able to leave this damned place and live in peace was already an incomparably blissful thing for her. Okay, then after the illusion array is broken, we'll leave together. For now, you guys stay here first. Chapter 2874. Although a night had passed, the illusory array was still not completely broken. Although the illusory realm in the extreme royal secret realm was not complicated, it was too big. Even if one knew how to break it, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights. It had to be said that there were special talents in the Chun Kingdom's royal family. Or could it be that this illusory array was originally left behind by their ancestors? This was no longer important. What was important was that Ling Xiao still had to stay for 2 more days, so he had to be more careful. He only hoped that the matter in the untouchable place would not be exposed. Otherwise, if the Chun Kingdom's royal family brought experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain to encircle and annihilate him, then he would really be doomed. If only one came, then there was no need to be too concerned. Okay. Leah nodded. She now completely trusted Ling Xiao and did not have the slightest doubt. After entering the Yuanling, she even moved into the room next to Ling Xiao's. Those clansmen, as well as her disgusting father, had thoroughly disappointed her. As for Yuan Mo, he did not do anything unnecessary. He probably still hoped that Ling Xiao could stay and resist the wrath of the Chun Kingdom's royal family. In the dead of night, Ling Xiao was in his room studying the Yu God Beast talisman. Ever since this thing began to change, it had stopped reacting. Although the Yu God constellation appeared in the tyrannical universe, he still could not obtain the Yu God Beast soul. Therefore, he was very confused. It just so happened that he was bored, so he took it out and studied it. At this moment, Leah came in with dinner. She said that she had made it herself and hoped that Ling Xiao could taste it. Ling Xiao casually placed the beast talisman to the side, but it attracted Leah's attention. Big brother Ling Xiao, why does this beast talisman of yours look so similar to the pattern on my pendant? As she spoke, Leah took out her pendant. It was actually a rooster crowing with its head raised. Seeing this, Ling Xiao instantly became excited. Where did you get this? This was found in the extreme royal secret realm in the Yuanling. After my father became the chief, he took it for himself. Later, my mother made this thing into a pendant for me. Leah explained. Can I see it? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Leah gave the rooster pendant to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao held the pendant in his hand. He could clearly feel that there was some kind of resonance between the pendant and the beast amulet. He was overjoyed, so he injected his soul power into the pendant and the beast talisman at the same time. At that moment, the pendant and the beast amulet produced a crazy attractive force. Ling Xiao could not control the combination of the two. The beast talisman fused with the pendant and then turned into a ball of golden light, bursting into Ling Xiao's spirit sea. Then, in the tyrannical universe, a star in the Yu God constellation lit up. The resplendent radiance illuminated the entire mountain river world. Big brother Ling Xiao, what happened? He saw Ling Xiao bathed in golden light, and a rooster appeared behind him. Leah's entire body was stunned. It's fine, Ling Xiao said faintly, and then retracted the golden light, and then immersed himself in his tyrannical universe. The tyrannical martial spirit had now perfectly fused with his soul. Therefore, he could clearly feel any subtle changes in the tyrannical universe. When 3 stars in the sun god constellation lit up, he obtained 3 types of sun god divine abilities. When 1 star in the Yu god constellation lit up, he also obtained a type of Yu god divine ability. Not only that, on the Yu god throne, the remnant soul of the you-god appeared. This beast soul was not as complete as the sun god and the ox god beast soul, but it could still greatly enhance the you-god throne's beast soul. So the beast amulet and the pendant in Leah's hand are the places where the you-god beast soul resides. It's a pity that it's only a remnant soul. It seems that the rest of the you-god beast soul should have fallen into the hands of the Chun country's royal family. After all, the Chun country's royal family has more resources in the imperial secret realm. In this way, the Lightning Emperor can't be easily killed. I have to first obtain the complete you-god beast soul from him. Otherwise, the power of this divine ability can't be unleashed to the extreme. Ling Xiao thought in his heart, and he was quite surprised. He helped Leah out of gratitude, but he didn't expect that because of this, he would obtain the thing he dreamed of. Different from the sun god divine ability, the you god divine ability wasn't a combat divine ability, but in Ling Xiao's view, it was more useful than a combat divine ability. The name of this divine ability was Life Rewind. Simply put, it was able to rewind one's life or another person's life. Whether it was old or injured, it could be rewound to the state one wanted. For example, if one suffered a life-threatening injury, if one used Life Rewind, one's life state could be rewound to the state before the injury. And when one's life was old, one could also choose to rewind, and the rewind time could be decades or even centuries. This was the explanation of this ability, but Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't do it because his cultivation was still too weak and he couldn't unleash the full power of the you-god beast soul. Currently, when he used this life rewind, he could at most rewind his life to 10 seconds ago. It sounded very useless, but in fact, it wasn't. 10 seconds would have a huge impact on the outcome of a battle. If Ling Xiao could rewind his life state to 10 seconds ago, that meant that the injuries he suffered in these 10 seconds would be completely ineffective. Not only that, it could also remove all negative states. This was even more terrifying than the legendary immortal body. And the key point was that this ability could not only be used on himself, but also on others. It could be used to save friends. It could also be used to trick enemies. If the enemy was injured and took pills or treated, then Ling Xiao could completely rewind his life state to 10 seconds ago. In other words, before taking any pills or treating his life state, then it would be fun. This was not only an immortal body, but also a terrifying divine ability that could make the enemies suffer so much that they wished they were dead. Now that he was so powerful, if one day Ling Xiao could completely control this you-god beast soul and raise his cultivation to an extremely powerful level, how terrifying would that be? However, he didn't know if the ability of the 12 beast gods could still be used after leaving the Black Tortoise continent. It would be a pity if he couldn't use it, but now was not the time to worry about this. Not to mention the entire profound world, just the Black Tortoise continent. He had only set foot in a small part of it. With this ability, at least in the Black Tortoise continent, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for anyone who wanted to kill him in the future. This ability was too perverted and too powerful, although there might be a certain regional restriction, but it was still incomparably powerful. In the past, it was rumored that the you-god could control time. Chapter 2875. Ling Xiao knew very well that controlling time was something that even those who were stronger than him would not be able to do. Even the top existences of the Eternal Life Palace couldn't do this. Ling Xiao could because he had obtained the 12 divine beast deity position, and this time he had obtained the remnant soul of the undying god. However, this wasn't enough. If he obtained the complete undying god beast soul, this ability should be strengthened a little. After all, 10 seconds was still too short. Even if it was increased by 1 second, it would definitely be a great advantage. However, Although this thing wasn't as shocking as the tyrant Marshall's soul, it was definitely enough to make the cultivators of the entire black tortoise continent go crazy. Ling Xiao still planned to use it carefully. If he could hide it, he would try his best to hide it. Otherwise, once it was known, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. The experts of the black tortoise continent would probably fight for this thing with their lives. They would definitely not let him have an easy time. To be precise, life backtrack should be a divine ability above the black tortoise continent's life law. Even if Ling Xiao was completely dead, as long as the life backtrack ability was still there, it could be automatically activated. Basically, it could be said that he was almost immortal. Moreover, this ability could be used flexibly. For example, within 10 seconds, he could exhaust his stamina to do something, and then use life backtrack, and his stamina would be completely restored. Of course, internal force was not applicable. After all, internal force was not a part of life. Life referred to things that were innate, such as the body, stamina, soul, and so on. Even so, this was already very heaven-defying. When he used the horizontal golden light technique before, he couldn't use it continuously because it consumed too much stamina. With this life backtrack, he could at least use it continuously for a long time. Of course, such a powerful and heaven-defying technique naturally had its own limitations. The 3 divine abilities of the sun god consumed a terrifying amount of internal force and had a cooldown of half an hour. As for this undying god divine ability, although it didn't consume anything, there was a cooldown of 3 hours after each use. If he was killed twice in a row within 3 hours, he would be done for. So he still couldn't use it endlessly. However, Ling Xiao wasn't greedy. With the earth, elemental golden light, and life rewind, at the very least, no one would be able to kill him if he wanted to live. If he were to be killed twice within 3 hours, it would be too embarrassing. One had to know that from the beginning of the heavenly dragon continent until now, although he had almost been killed, he hadn't truly died. Life rewind was one of his trump cards. It was fine if he didn't use it, but once he used it, it would stun his enemies to directly solve the problem. Speaking of which, obtaining the deity position of the 12 divine beasts was truly an extremely fortunate thing for Ling Xiao. The sun god already had 3 divine abilities: ground manipulation, golden light technique, bloodthirsty plague, and bloody rat demon. The undying god also had a divine ability life backtrack. No matter which divine ability, undying. With these things, it would not be difficult for him to unify the black tortoise continent. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the top of undying god. Phoenix in the cloud, Chun Songxiong Lady, and the others were just thorns on his path. As long as he cut through them, it wouldn't be a big problem. I'm sorry, Leah. I'm afraid I can't return your pendant to you. I can compensate you with something else. Ling Xiao recovered from his shock and joy as he looked at Leah and said, No need to be sorry. You saved my life. This is more important than anything else. I can see that the pendant is very important to you, Brother Ling Xiao. Hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold. Leah's face blushed as she said, shyly. Ling Xiao nodded. Originally, he didn't plan to eat supper, but now that he was in a good mood, he really couldn't disappoint the girl's kind intentions. After eating, Leah obediently took the cutlery and left. She knew that Ling Xiao still needed to cultivate. At this time, it was better not to disturb him. After Leah left, Ling Xiao tried to use life backtrack. To be safe, he only made a cut on his arm. After using life backtrack, it completely returned to normal. Moreover, it didn't affect his cultivation. In other words, life backtrack could reverse one's life, but it wouldn't reverse one's cultivation. This made Ling Xiao worry completely disappear. 3 hours later, he tried again. This time, he directly broke his arm. After using Life Backtrack again, it was as good as new. Originally, he wanted to try to kill himself and see if he could really come back to life. However, the risk of this test was too great. After thinking about it, he gave up. If he didn't come back to life, then the losses would outweigh the gains. After confirming the effects of Life Backtrack, Ling Xiao tried his best to calm down. Then he began to rest. Now, he rarely sat cross-legged to cultivate. This was because the improvement from cultivating like this was almost negligible. It couldn't compare to the huge improvement brought to him by fighting. With this kind of time, he would rather conserve his energy and then fight with the enemy. Of course, before resting, he used 2 hours to refine the 1,000-year flesh lingji and 1,000-year fire snake grass into elixirs. The night passed just like that. The next day, when the sky lit up, a group of powerful auras suddenly accelerated and approached the Yuanling tribe. Ling Xiao lay in his room and could still feel the auras of these people. These people didn't hide their auras at all and released them to their heart's content. The people who came were much stronger than the ones the first prince had brought yesterday. In particular, the 2 people in the lead were actually at the peak of the 12th level of the hell. Ling Xiao was very familiar with the aura of one of them. It was the former deputy sect master of the dragon cult, Phoenix in the Cloud. The other person was more unfamiliar. He couldn't guess whose aura it was, but he felt that it was even stronger than Phoenix in the Cloud. The warriors of the Yuanling tribe didn't have the ability to sense auras as Ling Xiao did. However, when the thousands of warriors approached, they still felt it. Fear and uneasiness instantly filled everyone's body. They knew that the first prince's death yesterday had infuriated the Chun Kingdom's royal family. These people were definitely here for revenge. These people didn't care who killed the first prince. They were purely here to destroy the Yuanling tribe. To the Chun Kingdom's royal family, the existence of the Yuanling tribe was always a bone in their throat. It was very uncomfortable. Chapter 2876. The Chun Kingdom's royal family was worried that the Yuanling tribe would rebel while they were fighting the dragon cult. They would be in trouble. Therefore, they had to get rid of this trouble before the war started. The death of the first prince was just an excuse. The murderous aura instantly filled the entire Yuanling tribe. The warriors of the Chun Kingdom's royal family had completely surrounded the tribe. Within the tribe, the warriors of the Yuanling tribe were so nervous that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. When these warriors stood still, Phoenix in the Cloud looked coldly at the Yuanling tribe. Then she waved her hand and said, "Kill. Leave no one alive. Kill all of them, regardless of gender or age." Yes, the martial artists shouted in unison. These were not the warriors of the outside sections. They were the Heavenly Thunder Army and the Divine Thunder Guards who had undergone strict training. Their combat strength might not be comparable to the experts outside, but if they attacked together, they would be extremely powerful. As the battle cries rang out, this group of people stepped into the Yuanling tribe and began a frenzied massacre. They killed everyone they met. They killed everyone they met. It was as if they wanted to destroy all living things in front of them. Even the giant tree fortress was easily destroyed. This group of people was truly too powerful. The Yuanling tribe was facing the threat of destruction. Help! Spare me! Cries for help, screams, and pleas for mercy rang out one after another. Voices filled with fear and despair intertwined to form a hellish symphony. These soldiers of the Chun Kingdom's royal family were completely obedient. When they killed, There was no emotion on their faces. There was only coldness and fighting spirit. Wherever they went, everything turned into a scorched earth, a scene of hell. Under the protection of many people, Yuan Mo arrived at the house where Ling Xiao was. He knelt in front of Ling Xiao in fear and pleaded in the most humble voice, "Young hero Ling, the Chun Kingdom's royal family is here for revenge. They're here to avenge the first prince." "What does it have to do with me?" Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Mo mockingly and asked, "Of course it has something to do with you. They are here to kill you because you killed the first prince." Yuan Mo didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant, but deep worry and uneasiness rose in his heart. "Oh, then let them come. I'm waiting here. You can scram now." Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Mo and waved his hand casually while eating the breakfast prepared by Leah. Leah and her female guard were at the side, but they didn't say anything. "Young hero Ling, you can't do this. Those ferocious bastards are slaughtering Yuanling's martial artists. They can't bear the consequences for you." Yuan Mo was anxious. "Did you hear that? Leah, what do you think I should do?" Ling Xiao looked at Leah and asked, "If you say something, I might be able to save your people." Leah was silent for a long time, as if she was thinking. Yuan Mo actually knelt down in front of Leah. "Daughter, you are my precious daughter. You can't just leave me to die. Young hero Ling will listen to you. You must ask him to save our tribe." "Why should I?" Leah suddenly looked at Yuan Mo coldly and said, "Yesterday when you trapped me in the cage and wanted to give me to that beast, I had completely given up on you. I had given up on this tribe. The truly good warriors were all killed by that beast yesterday. The remaining people have nothing to do with me." "You heard that? Scram!" Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Yuan Mo flew out of the door. But this guy actually crawled back. "Young hero Ling, as long as you are willing to save us, we will be loyal to you. You are the only one who can fight those people now." Looking at Yuan Mo, Ling Xiao's eerie smile bloomed. It was full of indifference and mockery. "Yuan Mo, do you have amnesia? Have you forgotten so quickly that your metaspirit race martial practitioners are the ones who want to kill me? I'm already giving Leah face by not destroying your metaspirit race. Now you want me to save you? Wishful thinking." Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Mo disdainfully and said coldly, "Do you think I, Ling Xiao, am an idiot? I am not that stupid, nor am I that benevolent." Scram! Once again, Ling Xiao kicked Yuan Mo out, but this time he didn't show mercy. Yuan Mo was kicked hundreds of meters away and fell into the chaotic battle circle. Yuan Mo crawled up from the ground in horror. Without his cultivation, he would die if those people from the Chun Kingdom's royal family caught up with him. His heart was filled with endless regret and despair. He knew that Yuanling was finished. Everything was because he had offended Ling Xiao again and again. It was already wrong of him to put Ling Xiao under house arrest. He even obeyed the first prince's order to kill Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao forgive him? He felt that he was really stupid. How could he have done such a thing? They were going to kill Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao protect them? From the beginning, this was an extravagant hope. He was surrounded by a large number of metaspirit race martial practitioners who were protecting him and preventing him from retreating. He could only watch helplessly as these people died around him. He was incomparably angry and incomparably pained. He had only himself to blame for all of this. Heaven's sins could be forgiven, but man's sins could not be forgiven. He gritted his teeth. He ordered the strongest warriors of the tribe to protect him from a secret passage to the outside of the tribe. However, he didn't escape, because he knew that he couldn't escape. He came to Phoenix in the cloud and knelt on the ground. "Honorable Powerhouse, I am the chief of Yuanling." His Highness, the first prince was killed in our Yuanling tribe. We are also very angry, so we have trapped the murderer in the tribe. That guy's name is Ling Xiao. He was the one who killed the first prince, not us. We are willing to be loyal servants of the Qin nation's royal family. Please forgive us on account of our loyalty. At this point, since Yuan Mo couldn't get Ling Xiao to help, the only thing he could do was to beg the Qin nation's royal family to pardon him and protect him. Who did you just say? Phoenix in the Cloud's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that he could avoid Ling Xiao when he came to Thunder City. He didn't expect to hear this person's name here. He had escaped a disaster on demonic Dragon Mountain. Could it be that he couldn't escape this time? He was incomparably terrified. It hadn't been long since Deputy Sect Master Yun, who used to treat Ling Xiao as an ant, became afraid of Ling Xiao. He was also very depressed, but this was affected by his strength. He couldn't help but fear Ling Xiao. He was terrified of Ling Xiao. Phoenix in the Cloud, what are you afraid of? Someone beside him asked faintly. Phoenix in the Cloud turned his head to look at this person. Chapter 2877. No, nothing. Of course, Phoenix in the Cloud did not dare to tell this person that he was afraid of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was just a 16-year-old kid in the first rank. His cultivation was even lower than his. If he was afraid, this person would look down on him. This person was one of the experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain. He was definitely stronger than all the warriors in the Qin nation. With him around, what was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Phoenix in the Cloud heaved a sigh of relief. He jumped off the black tortoise and walked toward Yuan Mo with a faint smile on his face. Seeing Phoenix in the Cloud walking toward him, Yuan Mo was both afraid and excited. He was afraid of the Qin nation's royal family, but at the same time, he hoped that the Qin nation's royal family could kill Ling Xiao so that he could feel better. He lay there like a docile dog. I'm sorry, Qin nation's royal family needs a fierce dog that can bite people. You're already useless. You're not worthy. Phoenix in the Cloud's words made Yuan Mo's expression freeze. He raised his head in horror. The only thing he saw was a ferocious lava beast. It looked like a lion, but its entire body was made of lava. Only its eyes gave off a human feeling. This fierce beast was Phoenix in the Cloud's mount. Its cold eyes stared fixedly at Yuan Mo, and then it swung its huge claws down. Yuan Mo was slammed to the ground by the lava claws and instantly turned into a pool of blood. Then he evaporated. Death was so easy. The high and mighty leader of the Metaspirit race had died without leaving anything behind. It was even more tragic than dying without a complete corpse. Continue killing. Leave no one alive. Phoenix in the Cloud jumped back onto the lava lion and stood on its back. He looked at the Yuanling tribe sinisterly. He swore that he would kill Ling Xiao completely while the experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain were by his side. Otherwise, he would be trampled on by a kid for the rest of his life. This was something that he could not tolerate. Roar! The lava lion seemed to roar in dissatisfaction. It was very unhappy about being ridden by Phoenix in the Cloud. Evil creature, I've already forgiven you by letting you become my mount. You'd better not resist. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a pain worse than death every day. Phoenix in the Cloud looked down at the lava lion and suddenly kicked its head. Blood that looked like lava was dripping from it. Although the lava lion was furious, there was nothing it could do. It could only whine and let Phoenix in the Cloud order it around. Good girl. Phoenix in the Cloud smiled proudly, then took a deep breath and focused all of his energy into his voice. He roared at the Yuanling tribe. Ling Xiao, I know you're here. Come out and die. The others were still slaughtering the warriors of Yuanling. This was definitely a disaster. However, killing these useless trash was not enough to satisfy Phoenix in the cloud. He wanted Ling Xiao dead. Ling Xiao protected Leah and the female guard in his beast ring and slowly walked out of the Yuanling tribe. His cold eyes looked at Phoenix in the cloud, who was on the lava lion's back with disdain. There was a hint of mockery and indifference in his eyes. Soon, all of the Metaspirit clan martial practitioners had been slaughtered, and almost all of them had gathered around Ling Xiao. A few reckless fellows, perhaps addicted to killing, actually attacked Ling Xiao. The result was self-evident. Those who attacked Ling Xiao were all killed. Moreover, no one saw how Ling Xiao attacked. Ling Xiao just stood there calmly, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a disdainful smile. Thousands of warriors from the Chun Nation's royal family surrounded him, but no one dared to attack him. "Get out of the way, General Cloud. Let me take this kid's head." After all, there were still some bold ones. One of Phoenix in the Cloud's generals was called Pan Feng. Back in the dragon cult, he was a leader. Later, he joined the Chun Nation's royal family and became Phoenix in the Cloud's deputy general. Phoenix in the Cloud was now one of the generals of the Divine Thunder Guards. "All right, Pan Feng, listen up. Let your spear drink his blood." Phoenix in the Cloud naturally knew that Pan Feng was no match for Ling Xiao. However, he wanted to see how powerful Ling Xiao had become after obtaining the Demon Dragon Sword. Back in the Demon Dragon Mountain, he had fled because he was too flustered. However, after he escaped, he felt that something was wrong. He felt that he had been scared out of his wits and had made the wrong choice. Although Pan Feng was definitely no match for Ling Xiao, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Furthermore, he had rich combat experience. The blood-drinking spear in his hand was also a divine-grade spiritual artifact. His martial soul was also a spear martial soul. Together, the power of the blood-drinking spear was probably no less than a mortal-grade Emperor artifact. Therefore, Phoenix in the Cloud wanted to use Pan Feng's sacrifice to test Ling Xiao's strength. As for whether Pan Feng died or not, he didn't care. Understood. After hearing Phoenix in the Cloud's order, Pan Feng took out the blood-drinking spear and revealed a sinister smile. The demonic beast under him lifted its leg and walked towards Ling Xiao. When it was about 50 meters away, it stopped. Then, it pointed its spear at Ling Xiao. "Kid, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, if you're pierced by my blood-drinking spear, you'll definitely bleed to death." Pan Feng seemed very confident. However, Ling Xiao's gaze wasn't on Pan Feng. Instead, it was on the lion under Phoenix in the Cloud's feet. He sensed a very familiar aura from the lava lion. It was as if it didn't hear Pan Feng's voice. "Ah, I'm so angry. You actually dare to look down on me. I am the great General Pan Feng." Pan Feng was so angry that his body kept trembling. He wanted to see the fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. He wanted to see the pitiful appearance of his opponent due to fear. He liked that kind of appearance. He liked the look of despair in his enemy's eyes before death. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't exist. How could he endure this? He roared, his entire body emitting a bloodthirsty and murderous aura. As he waved the blood-drinking spear in his hand, it emitted a dense, bloody aura that made people feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao still didn't look at Pan Feng. Instead, he lifted his leg and walked forward. "Tuoba Yunxiang?" he suddenly asked, because he smelled Tuoba Yunxiang's scent from the lava lion's body. Although Tuoba Yunxiang wanted to kill him for revenge, the two of them didn't know each other well. Later on, if Tuoba Yunxiang hadn't told him about Phoenix in the Cloud's scheme in advance, Yu Wuxing would have been killed. That would definitely become his regret for life. However, when he returned to demonic Dragon City last time, he didn't see Tuoba Yunxiang's figure. He felt that it was strange. He didn't expect to smell Tuoba Yunxiang's scent from the lava lion's body. Roar! The lava lion roared, as if venting its dissatisfaction and bursting out all the grievances in its heart. Evil creature! A whip appeared in Phoenix in the cloud's hand and ruthlessly whipped the lava lion's body. Chapter 2878. Ling Xiao, you should take care of yourself first. Since I've found you here today, you're dead meat. As for him, that's right, he's Tuoba Yunxiang. Not bad, right? I used the secret technique of the dragon cult and combined it with the demon. The magma beast in the sea mystic realm was modified. I made him what he is now. This way, he won't betray me, right? Ha 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 ha. Phoenix in the cloud laughed maniacally. You're dead meat. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Phoenix in the cloud as he walked. Tuoba Yunxiang was his benefactor. He definitely couldn't watch Tuoba Yunxiang be trampled on by Phoenix in the cloud. This scum. Bastard, your opponent is me, Phoenix in the cloud's General Pan Feng. Pan Feng saw that he was being ignored. He was completely enraged. He urged the demonic beast under him to charge at Ling Xiao. Under the crazy speed, the blood-drinking spear drew a blood-red light. He must kill Ling Xiao. He definitely couldn't let this guy who dared to look down on him and ignore him live. The Chun Nation's martial artists looked at Ling Xiao with schadenfreude. It was as if Ling Xiao would be pierced by the blood-drinking spear in the next moment. Then he would turn into a dried corpse. However, Ling Xiao still didn't look at Pan Feng. He walked slowly towards Phoenix in the cloud, getting closer and closer. At this moment, Pan Feng's blood-drinking spear finally pierced Ling Xiao. A crazy power erupted from Ling Xiao's body. At that point, it had turned completely blood-red. The Chun Nation's martial artists were excited because this was the precursor of the blood-drinking spear's bloodthirst. However, Pan Feng's face became extremely stiff. His spear actually didn't pierce Ling Xiao's skin. It didn't even pierce Ling Xiao's protective elemental energy. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally turned his head and looked at Pan Feng. Do you want to die that much? As his voice fell, he grabbed the tip of the blood-drinking spear with one hand. Then he exerted force, and the end of the blood-drinking spear left Pan Feng's hands and pierced through her body. Tyrant blood demon dragon blood curse. Actually, there was no need to use the demon dragon blood curse to deal with this kind of trash. But Ling Xiao still used it, because Pan Feng liked to turn her enemies into mummified corpses. He turned Pan Feng into a mummified corpse as well. Following the activation of the demonic dragon blood curse, Pan Feng's corpse gradually shriveled up. In the end, he became a dried corpse. Ling Xiao casually crushed the blood-drinking spear into scrap metal. Weapons of this level were still mainstream weapons even outside of the Qin Nation. Furthermore, they were extremely valuable. But Ling Xiao didn't care. Kill. After killing Pan Feng so easily, he roared furiously. His body turned into a demonic dragon phantom as he pounced towards Pan Feng. Phoenix in the cloud. Phoenix in the cloud was still in shock. He absolutely did not think that Ling Xiao, this fellow, would actually destroy Pan Feng so easily. Pan Feng's blood-drinking spear couldn't even break through a layer of Ling Xiao's skin, let alone injure Ling Xiao. This was simply terrifying to the extreme. He hurriedly attacked with both palms. He collided with Ling Xiao, but the terrifying power coming from the other side sent him flying. At this moment, Ling Xiao hadn't entered any transformation state. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Phoenix in the cloud. He only patted Tuoba Yunxiang's body lightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. All right, return to my beast ring first." Then, I'll think of a way to restore you to your original state. Although he didn't know if there was a way, Ling Xiao would try his best. After putting Tuoba Yunxiang away, Ling Xiao's cold gaze turned back to Phoenix in the cloud. It was like two sharp swords. It was as if they wanted to pierce through Phoenix in the cloud. "What are you doing?" Phoenix in the cloud crawled up from the ground. He was even more terrified. Ling Xiao had completely destroyed his confidence in the first collision. This guy was already crippled. At the very least, he no longer had any confidence in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood in the air, exuding a terrifying killing intent. He looked at Phoenix in the cloud and suddenly grinned. "What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Anyone who blocks me will die." He didn't like killing, but if someone insisted on blocking him, then sorry, he wouldn't show mercy. The Chun Kingdom's royal warriors were all trembling. Ling Zhao's strength was too terrifying. He actually killed Pan Feng in one move, repelled Phoenix in the cloud, and even saved the lava lion. This series of actions simply made people feel that it was inconceivable. Attack together. We don't have to be afraid of him if we attack together. Phoenix in the cloud roared angrily. He was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Ling Xiao alone, but there were many of them. Other than the warrior from Tianqi Mountain, the rest were the elites of the Sky Thunder Legion. With thousands of people attacking at the same time, he wouldn't be afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't die if he suddenly launched a sneak attack. Hearing Phoenix in the cloud's voice, the Chun Kingdom's royal warriors gradually suppressed their fear. What replaced it was bloodlust and madness. Everyone seemed to treat Ling Xiao as their prey. Everyone seemed to have turned into wild beasts. "Do you all want to die?" Ling Xiao still didn't transform, and he still didn't draw his sword. His strength was already much stronger than before. Boom! He stood there, but an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. This aura set off a crazy storm that swept in all directions. Those martial artists with weaker strength were actually directly blown, flying out, fainting on the spot. Terror once again lingered in the hearts of all the Chun Kingdom's warriors. The youth's strength and fear once again made them tremble. "It's useless to retreat. He won't let any of us go. We can only live if we kill him. Fight!" Phoenix in the cloud roared. This guy was really good at fanning the flames. However, what he said was also true. Since these people had decided to attack Ling Xiao, they had to bear the brunt of Ling Zhao's fury. Ling Zhao's thunderous fury. Boom! Ling Zhao's aura was still rising. It was as if there was no end to it, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Phoenix in the cloud felt his body trembling. The Taoist priest from Tianqi Mountain also frowned. "Kill him!" Phoenix in the cloud roared again. He knew that he couldn't let Ling Zhao's aura continue to rise. If this continued, Ling Xiao would kill them all. The only way was to strike first and kill Ling Xiao first. Otherwise, everything would be empty. As Phoenix in the cloud's voice fell, thousands of warriors, including him, all rushed out. It seemed that they were ready to burn all their boats and risk their lives. Ling Zhao's gaze was still cold. Facing this group of enemies, he suddenly spread his legs and got into a horse stance. Then, a loud roar burst out from his mouth. An invisible aura wrapped in a strong, murderous aura rushed in all directions. Hundreds of the thousands of warriors were directly sent flying. They were the closest to Ling Xiao. Some of them were even smashed into pieces by the time they flew into the air. This kid can actually kill those warriors with just his aura. It seems that Phoenix in the cloud is afraid of him. It's not unreasonable. The expert from Tianqi Mountain sneered and then returned to normal. But it's a pity that such a talented. Chapter 2879. Ling Zhao's attack was enough to shock the Chun nation's warriors. Many of them were stunned. However, Ling Xiao did not stop attacking. Of course, he would not stop now. Since the battle had already begun, there was no need for sympathy. Ling Zhao's hand kept shooting out tiny sword lights. When the sword lights landed on the crowd, they produced terrifying explosions. Every sword light would take dozens of lives. However, under Phoenix in the Cloud's command, the Chun nation's warriors did not retreat out of fear. They continued to charge forward, but what they received was Ling Zhao's even more brutal massacre. Thunderstorm technique. Lava storm. Terrifying energy kept exploding in the Yuanling tribe. This place, which had once nurtured elemental creatures, was about to turn into ashes. Ling Xiao stared coldly at Phoenix in the Cloud, who was in the crowd. Phoenix in the Cloud kept urging the people around him to charge forward, but he himself kept retreating. It seemed like he wanted to ambush Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao felt that he was more afraid. It's time to end this boring battle. Ling Xiao took a step forward with his right foot. His body suddenly turned into a demonic dragon phantom. He penetrated the defense of hundreds of people and appeared in front of Phoenix in the Cloud. Die, Phoenix in the Cloud. Bastard, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Phoenix in the Cloud had nowhere to run. In front of him was Ling Xiao, and behind him was the Heavenly Pool mountain martial artist who was emitting a terrifying aura. The Heavenly Pool mountain warrior stared at him. He was clearly saying that if he dared to take another step back, he would kill him. Phoenix in the Cloud had some confidence in dealing with Ling Xiao. However, against the Heavenly Pool mountain warrior, Phoenix in the Cloud had no confidence at all. Therefore, he could only charge toward Ling Xiao crazily. A ball of terrifying energy condensed in his hands. His fists rained down on Ling Xiao like a madman. Ling Xiao stood in the air and stared coldly at Phoenix in the Cloud. The energy contained in the fists had killed hundreds of Chun State warriors on the spot, and that was just the energy that had leaked out. It went without saying how terrifying the core energy was. However, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He sneered disdainfully. With a casual slap, the terrifying ball of energy was easily dispersed. Pathetic human scum, today is your doomsday. After slapping away the ball of energy, Ling Xiao pierced Phoenix in the Cloud's throat with his finger. A beam of sword light bloomed from his finger. Phoenix in the Cloud's throat was pierced, and his eyes were glazed over. Save me! Save me! This Phoenix in the Cloud was indeed an Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the peak of the 12th level of hell. Although his throat was pierced, he did not die immediately. His soul had actually fused with his martial spirit, and he was begging for mercy from the Heavenly Pool mountain martial artist. Trash! The expert from the Heavenly Pool mountain casually slapped his palm, and origin energy exploded from his palm and dispersed Phoenix in the Cloud's martial spirit. It was a pity that Phoenix in the Cloud had his soul dispersed. With Phoenix in the Cloud's death, the rest of the Chun State warriors did not dare to attack anymore. They stood there trembling as they looked at Ling Xiao in fear. The expert from the Heavenly Pool mountain also looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Although he did not expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful, in his eyes, Ling Xiao was just SOSO. As long as his cultivation had not reached the 13th level of hell, he was trash in his eyes. Why didn't you obediently stay in the Heavenly Pool mountain and cultivate? Why did you come to the Chun State to seek death? Ling Xiao looked at the expert from the Heavenly Pool mountain and said coldly, this person had already shown him absolute hostility, so there was no need for him to be courteous. The Chun State is willing to accept my Heavenly Pool mountain's protection. I'm only helping them clean up the trash. The aura of the expert from the heavenly pool mountain suddenly became stronger. The ground around him began to shake. The ground cracked open, and countless rocks and dirt flew into the sky. Looking at the terrifying aura, it formed a strong gust of wind, blowing everything in the surroundings crazily. Trash. Remember, the person who killed you is called Li Xiao Tian. As he continued to release his inner energy, the aura of the expert from the heavenly pool mountain became stronger and stronger. His cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Li Xiao Tian. Huh? That's a good name. Unfortunately, I just divined for you. This time, your life will end in the Qin state. As he spoke, Ling Zhao's body began to change. He quickly entered the tyrant, blood, demonic, dragon, martial spirit transformation state. In that instant, his aura was 10 times stronger than before. At the same time, the Blood Thunder Emperor sword appeared in his hand, and a blood-red sword martial spirit appeared behind his back. His aura increased once again. What? Seeing this scene, Li Xiao Tian's originally calm eyes revealed a bit of surprise. I didn't expect that your strength could still increase. However, this little bit of strength is nothing in front of me. The look of surprise disappeared in an instant, and the look of disdain once again appeared in his eyes. With absolute strength, it was no wonder that he was so arrogant. After all, he was an expert from the heavenly pool mountain. He was a first revolution yin-yang realm martial artist at the early stage of the 13th level of hell. Li Xiao Tian's weapon was also a sword. It was a mortal Great Emperor weapon, the same level as Ling Zhao's Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Li Xiao Tian's martial spirit was also a sword martial spirit. Even a first revolution yin-yang realm martial artist at the 13th level of hell would suffer a backlash when using a mortal Great Emperor weapon. However, it was different for a martial artist with a weapon martial spirit. Therefore, one should never underestimate a martial artist with a weapon martial spirit. Although they could not transform like a martial artist with a beast martial spirit, they did not have the terrifying offensive power of a martial artist with a nature martial spirit. However, they were the best in terms of adaptability. Kill. In the face of a powerful enemy, Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, a violent killing intent bloomed from his body. The Blood Thunder Emperor sword stabbed out crazily. Humph! Li Xiao Tian looked at Ling Zhao's attack with disdain and snorted coldly. Then, he swung the sword in his hand. A seemingly ordinary sword qi pierced through the air and directly blasted on Ling Zhao's Blood Thunder Emperor sword. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying force coming. It passed through the Blood Thunder Emperor sword and hit his body. His body fell to the ground like a meteor, creating a deep crater. Stand up. Such a weak attack can't kill you. I'm really lucky to have met a genius like you. This time, I'm going to have a good time. Li Xiao Tian seemed to enjoy torturing people, especially geniuses. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was a person who was definitely more talented than him. Therefore, he hated him even more. He absolutely did not want to see Ling Xiao live until tomorrow. Rumble! The hole shattered, and Ling Xiao jumped out. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The power in his body was boiling. Because of the attack, a large amount of potential in his cells had seeped out and poured into his cultivation sea. Chapter 2880. Hee, the martial artists of Heavenly Pool Mountain don't seem to be that scary. Ling Xiao sneered. Stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiao Tian sneered, and his body suddenly soared into the air. Ling Xiao only felt a chill. He couldn't even see his opponent's shadow. He was too fast. Stubborn or not, we'll know after we try. Although he couldn't see his opponent, Ling Xiao could feel his aura. He suddenly turned in a direction and slashed out with the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. The terrifying killing intent hit Li Xiaoyan's sword. However, it couldn't block it completely. That sword still pierced through his body. It was so close to his heart that blood splattered everywhere. "You have to pay the price for hurting me." As he spoke, Ling Xiao had already launched his attack. The sword suddenly shot out a bright sword light and pierced Li Xiaoyan's abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere. The moment Li Xiaotian pierced his body, his speed naturally slowed down. This was the perfect opportunity for him to attack. The two separated again. Ling Xiao threw a blood spirit pill into his mouth. This level of injury naturally didn't require life backtrack. As long as the blood spirit pill worked with the life martial soul, he could quickly recover. It wasn't a fatal injury. "Damn it, you piece of trash! How dare you hurt me?" Li Xiaotian was about to explode. As an outstanding outer disciple of Heavenly Pool Mountain, he had the highest chance of being promoted to an inner disciple. The sect assigned him a task. As long as he could help the Qin Kingdom's royal family consolidate their rule, he could be promoted to an inner disciple. He thought that this was the best opportunity given to him by the heavens. He thought that it would be easy for him to clean up the trash. However, he didn't expect to be injured in the first battle. His anger was like a terrifying flame burning in his heart, wanting to burn him completely. He let out a terrifying roar and charged at Ling Xiao crazily. The sword light continued to bloom in the void. Every sword had the power to kill Ling Xiao. However, although Ling Xiao wasn't as good as Li Xiaotian with the effect of Tai Chi Eye, he could always avoid being hit. He even blocked Li Xiaoyan's attack. Even though he was already covered in wounds, every injury caused the potential of his cells to erupt. The energy in his cultivation C was increasing at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, every time Li Xiaotian injured him, he would be injured. Although his injuries were more serious, he had the blood spirit pill and the life martial soul, while Li Xiaotian didn't. As long as this continued, he might be able to win. Origin! Suddenly, Li Xiaotian stopped his attack and roared. Then a strange green light appeared on his body, and his wounds began to heal at an accelerated rate. What? Seeing this, Ling Xiao frowned. Originally, if Li Xiaotian was unable to heal, this battle of attrition would definitely be his strength. But now, the situation had changed. This Li Xiaotian guy didn't seem to be someone easy to deal with. The experts of the Heavenly Pool Mountain were indeed extraordinary. Yun Zhongfeng, that piece of trash, could not compare to them. Are you surprised? What will surprise you is yet to come. After the treatment, Li Xiaotian seemed to have calmed down. He stood in the air and looked at Ling Xiao. The sword in his hand gradually turned black. A terrifying, murderous aura bloomed from the sword. His attack power increased. Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated Li Xiaotian. As a big sect that was above the Qin country, Li Xiaotian couldn't underestimate his opponent. Fortunately, although he underestimated Li Xiaotian, he didn't underestimate his opponent. He didn't want to kill Li Xiaotian in this battle. He just wanted to know his opponent's combat power. The more he knew, the better. At the same time, he wanted to use the battle to increase his cultivation. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through yet, the energy in his cultivation C had increased to 60%. He was only 40% away from breaking through. He was getting closer. He believed that no matter how powerful Li Xiaotian was, as long as he could break through to the Yin-Yang realm, the peak of the 12th level of hell, he would be able to defeat Li Xiaotian. There was no doubt about that. So powerful, but that's what I want. Ling Xiao put away the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, and the Demon Dragon Sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, the 9 Demon Dragon Swords appeared. His aura rose once again at this moment. Li Xiaotian was deeply worried and uneasy. He felt that Ling Xiao still had terrifying potential. He had to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The purple lightning bull, lava three-headed hound, black eagle, and 9 snake generals appeared behind him at the same time. At the same time, the sky tyrant martial spirit released the power of the heavenly dragon, godly phoenix, and white tiger. When this energy gathered together, Ling Xiao's strength once again skyrocketed. He felt that he was infinitely close to Li Xiaotian. Cold sweat appeared on Li Xiaotian's forehead. This kid, how did he hide such terrifying power? He's too strong. Experts of the Sky Pool Mountain, take my move. Ling Xiao didn't care if Li Xiaotian was shocked or not. Anyway, he had already started to gather his moves. It was still his most powerful move. True Demon Sword Qi, Demon Fairy Sword Shadow. Kill. A terrifying, murderous aura burst out from Ling Xiao's demon dragon swords. The 10 demonic dragon swords joined forces at the same time and attacked Li Xiaotian. The terrifying demon fairy sword Shadow released a terrifying power that even Li Xiaotian, who was at the 13th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm, felt. Oh no, I must dodge it. Li Xiaotian could feel the terrifying power of Ling Xiao's move. He knew that even he couldn't take it head-on. However, the speed of this move was too fast. Simply dodging it wasn't realistic. He looked at the ground. There were still more than 500 Chun country martial artists left. They became his focus. Come and be my meat shield. Li Xiaotian sneered and opened his hands. With a sudden suction, the 500 Chun country martial artists flew up. Everyone's aura was directly extracted from their bodies, blocking Ling Xiao's incomparably terrifying sword. Boom, boom. The terrifying sword essence formed a terrifying hurricane of slaughter in the void. The pitiful 500 Chun country martial artists were used as meat shields by Li Xiaotian. One by one, they died tragically under the terrifying sword light. Tuoba Yunxiang, Leah, and the female guard in the beast ring looked at this scene in shock. Too strong. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was simply ridiculously powerful. Facing the experts of the Sky Pool Mountain, he wasn't afraid at all. Was he still human? Leah, in particular, sighed incomparably. If her father was willing to listen to her and believe in Ling Xiao, Yuanling's outcome would be different. Chapter 2881. Ling Xiao, just you wait. A terrifying roar resounded above the ruins of the Yuanling tribe in the extreme Emperor's secret realm. Despite using a lot of meat shields, one of Li Xiaotian's arms was still crippled. When he was filled with anger and wanted to take revenge, he discovered that Ling Xiao had already disappeared. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. That attack just now was an attack that contained almost all the internal energy in his body. He originally planned to run after attacking. After all, he was powerless to continue after the attack. It was a pity that such an attack only crippled one of Li Xiaotian's arms. That guy's origin restoration technique should be able to recover. Ling Xiao had also heard of the so-called origin restoration technique. It was a very advanced secret technique that could exchange internal energy and vitality. In other words, one could consume internal energy to recover from injuries. The more serious the injury, the more internal energy would be consumed. One could also consume vitality in exchange for internal energy. Although this secret technique wasn't as abnormal as Life Rewind, it could be used at any time. Ling Xiao felt that if he had the time, he would definitely get his hands on this thing. In case he didn't have any medicinal pills in reserve, it would be of great use. At this moment, he was already outside the extreme Emperor's secret realm. After breaking the illusion array, the extreme Emperor's secret realm had become his own backyard. He could leave at any time. After leaving the extreme Emperor's secret realm, he made a trip to the Eight Immortals' city. With his speed, it would only take him half an hour to go back and forth. He left Leah and his female guard there, while Tuoba Yunxiang insisted on following Ling Xiao. His cultivation wasn't weak. After transforming into a lava lion, his battle prowess was comparable to a demon beast at the peak of the 12th level of hell. He was only slightly weaker than Xiao Jin. Since he insisted on helping Ling Xiao wouldn't be polite. After returning to Thunder City, he would definitely encounter a lot of enemies. Moreover, 7th Prince Chun Kangmeng didn't have any experts by his side. One more person meant one more helping hand. Before returning to Thunder City, Ling Xiao returned to his middle-aged martial artist form and found 7th Prince Chun Kangmeng's group. Chun Kangmeng, on the other hand, was able to endure silently. During this period of time, he had indeed not shown himself. He had been hiding in the shadows under Xiao Jin's protection. Sir, seeing Ling Xiao return, Chun Kangmeng was overjoyed. He could sense a familiar aura from Ling Xiao, but he couldn't guess who it was. Ling Xiao didn't tell him either, because it wasn't time yet. Now, you can return to Thunder City. I will help you ascend to the throne of the Chun Kingdom. However, don't forget your promise to me. If you can't do it, when the time comes, don't blame me. Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't worry, mister. If mister can love the people like his own children, I will naturally be willing to help. But if mister is as incompetent as the current royal family, then Chun Kangmeng, will fight mister even if I have to die. Chun Kangmeng said, neither servile nor overbearing. That's good. Let's go. Since the two had the same goal, there was no need to say anything more. The group of a dozen people left once more, heading toward the Chun Kingdom's capital. This was different from the previous revenge. This time, Ling Xiao was much stronger than before. His goal was to destroy the Chun Kingdom's royal family, so that his authority in the Heavenly Empire would extend to the entire Chun Kingdom. In addition, he guessed that the Chun Kingdom's royal family must have the remnant soul of the young god. This was something he had to obtain, in order to prevent being surrounded and losing the chance to obtain the remnant soul of the young god. Ling Xiao planned to disguise himself and follow Chun Kangmeng into Thunder City. This way, he would have a reason to do many things without being suspected. Chun Kangmeng wanted to avenge his mother. He wanted to investigate the cause of his mother's death. He wanted to reverse the verdict of the Ling clan. He wanted to fight for the throne. And all of these would make enemies. Ling Xiao could use these reasons to do what he wanted. The moment Chun Kangmeng's group stepped into Thunder City, they were targeted by various factions. Many people were very surprised that Chun Kangmeng was still alive. However, Chun Kangmeng had already entered Thunder City and the Royal City. It was not realistic to want to casually assassinate him, especially in broad daylight. For the sake of their dignity, the royal family would not let a prince casually die on the streets. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had slaughtered aristocratic cultivators before. The current defense of Thunder City was at least 10 times stronger than before. Even so, Chun Kangmeng did not stay for long and returned to his residence. County King, you're back. This old servant has missed you. When the group arrived at the entrance of the king's residence, they saw an old man walk out. He had a hunched figure and was holding a broom in his hand, cleaning the place. Other people might not have taken a second look at this old man, but Ling Xiao could tell that this old man was not ordinary in an instant. He's actually a cultivator at the peak of the 12th level of hell. I didn't expect this. This royal city is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I was really lucky that nothing happened the last time I came here. It seems that at that time, These true experts all looked down on me, which gave me an opportunity to take advantage of. Ling Xiao only glanced at the old man once before looking away. He tried his best to restrain his aura. It's Uncle Fu. I didn't expect that after so many years and everyone else had left me, only you would still treat me like this. Chun Kangmang was very happy to see this old man and suddenly felt a sense of security. Others might not know, but Chun Kangmang was very clear that this old man was a very powerful person. When he was very young, this old man had been responsible for protecting him. Later on, when he was sent to guard the borders, this old man had been guarding his residence. This old servant was once saved by the princess. She was the one who entrusted you to this old servant, so I naturally did not dare to slack off. Uncle Fu said with his hunched body. Then he looked at Ling Xiao. It seemed that he knew everyone else, except for Ling Xiao's face, which was extremely unfamiliar. Oh, Uncle Fu, don't worry. This is Tuoba Ling. He saved my life outside Thunder City. Chun Kangmang hurriedly explained. I see. Where is great hero Tuoba from? Uncle Fu stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Chun Kangmang immediately felt awkward. Uncle Fu's words were clearly suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity. Old sir, you need to understand something. I'm not Chun Kangmang's subordinate. I only have a deal with him. I don't need to tell you anything about myself, and you don't have the right to ask. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. He felt a deep sense of wariness towards this old man. Although this old man seemed to have a good relationship with Chun Kangmang, Lin Fan still felt that something was off. Furthermore, the old man's attitude was not good, so Lin Fan would not treat him well. Uncle Fu, Brother Tuoba, you are both my benefactors. How about giving me some face? Chun Kangmang was stuck in the middle and was in a difficult position. Chapter 2882. Haha, Your Highness, your words are too serious. This old servant has overstepped his boundaries. Uncle Fu chuckled. Ling Xiao's attitude wasn't as good. He coldly glanced at Uncle Fu and said, I have to repeat myself. I have a deal with Chun Kangmang. If anyone dares to harm him, don't blame my sword for being merciless. He was implying something, but it made Fu Bo's eyes flash with a hint of viciousness. Chun Kangmang was very confused. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was referring to. Fortunately, Uncle Fu didn't say anything else. Everyone entered the prince's mansion and entered the mansion. Chun Kangmang anxiously looked at Uncle Fu and said, Uncle Fu, you've been in Thunder City for a long time. What happened in the city recently? This question was also what Ling Xiao wanted to know. He had been away from Thunder City for nearly 2 months. He really didn't know much about what had happened in Thunder City during these 2 months. The demon dragon envoys who were undercover in Thunder City were basically sold out by the traitor Phoenix in the cloud. Some were killed and some surrendered. It could be said that all of them were wiped out. This was also why the dragon cult hadn't received any news before Demon Dragon City was captured. There are 4 important things. First, 3 peak experts came to Heavenly Pool Mountain. The 14th prince, Chun Sangxiong, has gone to Heavenly Pool Mountain to receive special training and will be gone for about a month. Second, Chun Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla has returned. He didn't die, and his strength has increased greatly. However, the woman who was always by his side has disappeared. Third, the Thunder Emperor stepped into the Emperor's forbidden land. Only the kings of the Chun nation are qualified to enter that place. Before entering, he passed the throne to the 14th prince. Fourth, all the experts in the forbidden land of the Extreme Emperor's secret realm were slaughtered. Even someone as strong as Elder Hua was killed. Rumor has it that it was done by Ling Xiao. Each of these 4 events was earth-shattering. However, Ling Xiao was more concerned about the first 3 matters, while Chun Kangmang was more concerned about the last matter. Chun Songxiong had gone to Heavenly Pool Mountain for special training. With Heavenly Pool Mountain's ability, it was not difficult for Chun Songxiong, who had already reached the peak of the 12th level of hell, to break through. Perhaps he was facing an even more terrifying opponent. When the Thunder Emperor entered the Forbidden Land of the Emperor, even though he was in a situation where he had a slim chance of survival, once he came out, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. It was obvious that Ling Xiao had forced them into a corner. Otherwise, given the Thunder Emperor's character, he would definitely not take such a risk. What shocked Ling Xiao the most was the fact that Jihyun of Silla, Chun Kanglin, had returned alive. Speaking of which, when Ling Xiao killed Chun Kanglin from Jihyun of Silla in the Eight Immortals County, Hong Minor took Chun Kanglin's body away. But now, Hong Min was gone and Chun Kanglin had returned. What exactly happened between them? No matter what, Chun Kanglin, whose strength had increased tremendously, would not let Ling Xiao go. In that case, Su Mo would take the initiative. He wanted to see what was going on with Chun Kanglin, who had come back from the dead. Meanwhile, Chun Kangmeng, who was at the side, was thinking about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was able to kill Elder Hua. It seemed that his strength had increased tremendously. How was he now? Both of them were thinking about their own matters. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. The decree has arrived. The voice was sharp and high-pitched. It should be the palace eunuch who was delivering the decree. However, Chun Songxiong and the Thunder Emperor were not in the capital city. Who was delivering the decree? Although everyone in the mansion had doubts, they still went out to welcome the eunuch. Commandery Prince Jean, please accept the decree. It is a decree from the three old ancestors. The eunuch said with a smile, I accept the decree. Chun Kangmeng and the others knelt on the ground. However, Ling Xiao was still standing there. There was no way he would kneel to the Chun nation's royal family. However, the eunuch did not seem to care. He finished reading the decree. In fact, he wanted Chun Kangmeng to quickly enter the palace to discuss important matters. He did not say what the matter was. Then, he placed the decree in Chun Kangmeng's hands and turned to leave. I'm afraid it's nothing good. Ling Xiao watched the eunuch leave and said calmly, he saw me standing there and did not reprimand me. Clearly, he wants to leave as soon as possible after delivering the decree. Or perhaps he thinks we are doomed. Teacher, what do you think we should do? Chun Kangmeng asked. Of course we should go. Everything is just speculation. Even if the palace is a tiger's den, we have to go. If we go, it will be reasonable. If we don't go, we will be disobeying the decree. Others will have a reason to kill us. Ling Xiao said so much because he sincerely wanted to help Chun Kangmeng. However, he also wanted to take a look at the Chun nation's palace. If there was a chance, it would be best if he could obtain the young god's remnant soul. Even if he could not, he could figure out its location. All right, Uncle Fu, Brother Tuoba, come with me to the palace. Chun Kangmeng now trusted many people. However, the only experts he could bring out were Ling Xiao and Uncle Fu. If the others followed, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths if something really happened. There would be no point in it. Before going to the palace, no one could have imagined that this gathering would be a turning point that would change the Chun nation's situation. Even the Heavenly Pool Mountain cultivators who controlled the Chun nation's 3 seniors from behind the scenes trying to control the Chun nation would never have imagined that one Ling Xiao could change the outcome of this Hongmen banquet. By the time Ling Xiao, Chun Kangmeng, and Uncle Fu arrived at the palace, it was already evening. The person sitting on the throne in the palace was not Chun Songxiong or the Thunder Emperor, but Jihyun of Silla, Chun Kanglin. Chun Kanglin's appearance was somewhat strange. His eyes seemed to have lost their luster, giving off a merciless and cold aura. They also seemed dead, devoid of any luster of life. However, No one dared to underestimate him. This was because his body gave off a horrifying aura that made one despair. Sitting on either side of Chun Kanglin were the Chun nation's 3 remaining elders, Elder Tsang, Elder Jian, and Elder Feng. There were also the 3 experts from Heavenly Pool Mountain. Ling Xiao did not recognize the other 2. However, he recognized Li Xiaotian. This Li Xiaotian seemed to be the strongest of the 3. With this, Ling Xiao relaxed. If the other 2 were stronger than Li Xiaotian, things would not be good. Aside from the dead Chen Sangxiong and Chun Kanglin, all the princes were seated below. When they looked at Chun Kanglin, they were all trembling with fear and uneasiness. These people all had their own guards and experts beside them. However, under the pressure of Chun Kanglin's horrifying aura, none of them could raise their heads. "Seventh brother, you're here. Come, take a seat." Chun Kanglin smiled, faintly, when he saw Chun Kangmang. "Second brother, you're really not dead?" Chapter 2883. I'm lucky. I won't die. All right, since you're here, I'll get straight to the point. I want you to support me to become the king of the Chun nation. King Jixian. Chun Kanglin's eyes flashed with a strange light as he said with a smile. Everyone had different expressions when they heard that. It was obvious that the 3 elders of the Chun nation and the 3 experts from Tianqi Mountain had been subdued by Chun Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla. Among the remaining princes, only the 4th prince and the 7th prince, Chun Kangmang, had ugly expressions. The others walked to the center and knelt before Chun Kanglin to declare their allegiance. "4th prince, 7th prince, are you not willing to support me?" Chun Kanglin's expression was ugly. "Second brother, it's a good thing that you've come back from the dead." However, before entering the Imperial Forbidden Land, Father had already passed the throne to 14th brother. "I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to do this." The 4th prince was also a martial artist. He didn't know much about politics and didn't lean towards any of the princes. He only listened to the Thunder Emperor. Since the Thunder Emperor had passed the throne to Chun Sangxiong, he only recognized Chun Sangxiong as the king. Humph, what does Chun Sangxiong have to do this? In the past, he was only stronger than me. Whether it's governing or strategizing, he's not as good as me. Now, I'm already stronger than him. What right does he have to compete with me? Chun Kanglin snorted. "I don't care. Anyway, Father's words are imperial edicts. I have to listen to them. You're not justified in seizing the throne like this. You say you're stronger than 14th brother? I think it's a joke. The one beside me is the general of the Divine Thunder Guards, Yan Liang. His cultivation isn't high. He's only at the peak of the 12th level of hell. If you can defeat him, I'll support you." The 4th prince sneered. In his opinion, no matter how hard Jihyun of Silla worked, it had only been a few months since the news of his death spread. How could his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds? He wanted Yan Liang to defeat Jihyun of Silla in front of everyone. This way, Jihyun of Silla would not have the face to ask for the throne. "That's what you said. If you go back on your words, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chun Kanglin's lustrous eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. A real man keeps his word. It seemed like the 4th prince trusted General Yan Liang a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. "Your Highness Jihyun of Silla, I'm sorry to offend you." Yan Liang walked out of his seat and steadied himself in a horse stance. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. In Ling Zhao's opinion, this guy was even stronger than Phoenix in the cloud. "Kill!" With a roar, Yan Liang rushed forward. However, when he was about 10 meters away from Jihyun of Silla, he suddenly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. Others didn't know how Chun Kanglin did it. However, Ling Xiao saw it clearly. Soul technique. It was the secret soul technique. Could it be that this fellow had obtained something from Hong Minor? Or he didn't know why, but he could always sense Hong Min Er's aura from Jihyun of Silla. Back then, in order to take away Jihyun of Silla's body, the girl didn't hesitate to take a hit from Ling Xiao. Now that Jihyun of Silla was resurrected, he shouldn't treat her badly. What the hell happened? The fourth prince looked at the unconscious Yan Liang in horror. That was his most courageous general. How could he be defeated just like that? He didn't even know what had happened. Fourth brother, how are you now? Chun Kanglin looked at the fourth prince and asked with a faint smile, Since Yan Liang lost to you, I can only let you down. If you want to be the king, I have no objections. Prince Roland let out a long sigh and returned to his seat, where he began to drink to drown his sorrows. Jihyun of Silla ignored him as long as he didn't object. Then Jihyun of Silla looked at Chun Kangmeng and asked, What about you, seventh brother? Do you support 14th brother as well? No, second brother. Although you are good at strategizing, you are too gloomy. You are not suitable to be the king. You are too similar to father. As for 14th brother, he doesn't know how to rule a country. He is just an executioner who likes to kill. Therefore, both of you are not qualified. The one to ascend to the throne must be me, Chun Kangmeng. Chun Kangmeng looked at Yan Liang and was a little afraid. The only thing he could rely on now was the War Eagle army, Ling Xiao, who called himself Tuobaling, and Uncle Fu. As soon as he said that, the entire hall fell silent. Uffed. Ha ha ha. After a while, it was unknown who started it, but everyone began to roar with laughter. Stop joking, seventh brother. You are just a commandery prince. You are not qualified to inherit the throne. That's right, seventh brother. In terms of strength, you are not as good as 14th brother. In terms of strategizing, you are not as good as second brother. What right do you have? Because I want to be a good king, Chun Kangmeng said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. He was not afraid of being laughed at because that was what he thought. He was used to seeing the royal family fighting each other and the people being displaced. He really hoped that this country could settle down and change. He did not want to be as heartless as he was now. All right, seventh brother, stop joking. It is fine if you don't support me. I just hope that you don't object. Jihyun of Silla Chun Kanglin felt that Chun Kangmeng's words were a joke. Second brother, I am not joking. You can use your strength to make the 3 elders submit. You can even take in the 3 experts of Tianchi Mountain. I can do it too. Seventh Prince Chun Kangmeng said righteously. He did not back down in the face of Chun Kanglin's terrifying strength. Every time he wanted to admit defeat, there was a strong force in his heart that supported him to continue speaking. He did not know where this force came from, but it made him feel at ease. Chun Kanglin was a little angry. He did not expect seventh brother to be so unreasonable. Not only him, but also me. Ling Xiao stood in front of Chun Kangmeng and blocked Chun Kanglin's terrifying murderous aura for him. Who are you? Chun Kanglin frowned and asked, I am the one who assists the Sage King. Ling Xiao said indifferently, This guy is only at the late stage of the 12th floor of Hell in Yinyang Realm. He is really boasting. Your Highness Jihyun of Silla, you don't have to do it yourself. Any one of us can easily kill him. Elder Feng looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Originally, he thought that this gathering would end very smoothly. Who would have thought that such an idiot would suddenly appear? So what if he is at the late stage of the 12th floor of hell? It is enough to kill an old man like you. Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked at Elder Feng with a faint smile. He shouted sternly, Old man, The 5 of you are controlling the government, causing chaos in the country, killing the innocent, and framing the loyal. Today, you are colluding with this traitor. I am here to destroy you. Tuo Ling, you are crazy. When Uncle Fu heard Ling Zhao's words, his face turned pale. Chapter 2884. Tuo Ling, don't have much cultivation, but it's enough to kill you old dogs. Ling Xiao stood in front of Chen Kangmang as he spoke in a cold voice. In that instant, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. The atmosphere turned heavy. Uncle Fu was so frightened that his expression changed as he reprimanded Ling Xiao. However, Chen Kangmang stopped him. Tuo Ling's intentions are this king's intentions. Uncle Fu, just stand to the side. Chen Kangmang did not know how strong Ling Xiao was, but for some reason, he had a special trust in this unfamiliar yet familiar middle-aged cultivator. Of course, he was taking a gamble. Rather than letting the throne fall into the hands of Jihyun of Silla or Chun Kanglin, he might as well bet on a clear sky. On Chun Kanglin's side, everyone had unsightly expressions. On the surface, Ling Zhao's cultivation seemed to be at the late stage of the 12th layer of hell. In reality, this was the case. With such a cultivation, he was actually so arrogant. Any one of the Qin nation's 3 elders could easily kill him. Since that is the case, this old man wants to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in the royal palace. Senior Feng stood up, revealing his sharpness. A terrifying killing intent pressed down on Ling Xiao and the other 2. Uncle Fu felt his body tremble slightly, but Chen Kangmang discovered that a wall seemed to have appeared in front of him, blocking that terrifying killing intent. He stood there and did not feel any danger. Is it Senior Feng? Old dog, you finally can't hold back anymore? Chun Kanglin and Chun Kangmang are both princes of the Chun nation, but you favor one over the other. It's only because you fear Chun Kanglin's strength. Today, Tuo Ling, will show you what true strength is. Ling Xiao looked straight at Senior Feng, not showing any fear. He had come to the Thunder City for revenge, to completely destroy the Qin nation's royal family and obtain the remnant soul of the young god. Since he could use 7th Prince Chen Kangmang as a platform to kill the Qin nation's 3 elders, it would naturally be for the best. Brat, if you weren't invited by Little 7, I would kill you right now. Elder Feng said coldly, you're so young, yet you don't know how to respect your elders. Since you want to compete with this old man, why don't we make a bet? What do you want to bet? Ling Xiao asked Elder Feng. Even if Elder Feng hadn't made this request, he would have done it anyway. Letting the other party bring it up now would be more beneficial to his plan. Simple. Elder Feng sneered and said, if I lose, I'll forgive you for your disrespect toward me. If you lose, Little 7 must support Jihyun of Silla to ascend the throne. What do you think? Ling Xiao sneered contemptuously. He looked at Elder Feng and said, you old dog, you only know how to plot against others behind their backs. You don't care about the lives of the people. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself with the 7th prince? You want to absolve me of my sin of disrespect. What a joke. Do you have the qualifications to do so? Without waiting for Elder Feng to refute, Ling Xiao continued, moreover, how can the throne be casually used as a bet? This is related to the lives of the people of the world. You can treat the people of the world as ants, but the 7th prince won't. Of course, these words were just an excuse for Ling Xiao. He wasn't that great. He just wanted to propose his bet. Elder Feng, if you really want to bet, then we'll bet our lives. This battle doesn't need to be a spar. It can be a battle of life and death. No matter who kills who, you can't find trouble with the other party after this. Ling Xiao suddenly threw up a round crystal ball and wrapped it with his boundary martial spirit. Everything that happens here can be seen by everyone in the Qin country. If you go back on your word after agreeing, I'm sure you know what the consequences will be. Ling Xiao pointed at the crystal ball and said, "This is a treasure that can transmit images to the depths of everyone's heart. Although it can only be used once, it's enough for today." Ling Xiao's words were not only tyrannical, they were also filled with killing intent. At the same time, it also revealed his determination this time. "Do you dare to bet?" "Old man." Ling Xiao still had his hands behind his back as he coldly looked at Elder Feng. There was a mocking smile between his brows. His words were like a clap of thunder that struck everyone's hearts. At almost the same time, the entire Qin country's people received the same signal. As long as they closed their eyes, they could see everything that happened in the hall. Who is this guy? How can he be so arrogant and tyrannical? Does he really have the confidence to bet life and death with Elder Feng? However, they didn't know that 2 of the 5 elders of the Qin country had already died because of Ling Xiao. As for the remaining 3, other than Elder Tsang, who was ranked first, as for the other 2, Ling Xiao didn't care about them at all. Elder Feng was only slightly stronger than Elder Hua. Ling Xiao's current strength was even stronger than when he killed Elder Hua. Killing him was a piece of cake. As for Elder Jian, he was even stronger. However, Ling Xiao was confident that he could increase his strength in battle. Even if he didn't increase his strength, as long as he used a few trump cards, it wouldn't be difficult to kill Elder Jian. "Crazy. He's really crazy. Your Highness, you can't mess around with this madman." Uncle Fu tried his best to persuade Chen Kangmeng. However, Chen Kangmeng remained unmoved. "Uncle Fu, I believe in him. Can you believe in me?" Chen Kangmeng knew how powerful Elder Feng was. He was betting that Ling Xiao was more terrifying than Elder Feng. The faces of Chen Kanglin's group turned even uglier. They stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Although they didn't know if this guy who called himself Tuoba Ling was his real name, he actually wanted to fight Elder Feng to the death. He really thought too highly of himself. Elder Feng's expression became even more ferocious. He was a top expert at the peak of the 12th level of the Yinyang realm. Elder Feng was ranked 3rd among the 5 elders of the Qin country. To think that a junior dared to provoke him like this. The experts of the Qin country could be counted with one's fingers. Elder Feng did not believe that this Ling Xiao could kill him when his cultivation was lower than his. Elder Feng knew that super geniuses had the ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. However, this Tuoba Ling before him did not look like a super genius at all. He was just an arrogant middle-aged cultivator. Thinking of this, Elder Feng's eyes flashed with determination. "You want to fight to the death, right? Good. This old man will fulfill your wish. Originally, I was worried that I would be mocked if I killed you here. However, since you made this bet with your life, this old man will go with the flow. Your Highness Jihyun of Silla, this brat is too arrogant. If this old man does not fight with him, it will be a disgrace to the royal clan." Elder Feng looked at Chun Kanglin. "I agree to the bet." Chun Kanglin's lips curled up in a strange smile. He was very interested in this middle-aged cultivator called Tuoba Ling. He did not know if this fellow was a true idiot or had other motives. Chapter 2885. Many thanks to Her Highness Jihyun of Silla for granting my wish. After receiving permission, Elder Feng walked down from his seat and stood at the bottom of the stairs. He said, "This place is too small. Let's fight outside." "No problem." Ling Xiao nodded and led Chen Kanglin outside. Fu Bo hesitated for a moment before walking out as well. Regardless of what the other people were thinking, they all walked out of the hall and arrived at the battle arena in the palace. With the protection of the array, Even an extremely powerful attack would not be able to destroy the entire Thunder Palace. It was the best place to fight. Kid, this old man admires your courage. However, your ignorance will cause you to lose your pitiful life. Standing on the battle arena, Elder Feng stared coldly at Ling Xiao. His eyes were like two sharp blades stabbing at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Feng and could not help but grin. Since you're about to die, I'll let you speak a few more words. Once you're done, we'll fight. Who is that middle-aged man? Does he want to die? He actually dares to provoke Elder Feng? At this moment, countless people were paying attention to this battle. Ling Xiao used a special Dharma treasure to transmit the scene here into their minds. No matter where they were, they could clearly see it, except for those who were in seclusion. Yes, I heard that the seventh prince invited a helper. To be honest, I really hope that the seventh prince can win the throne. Unfortunately, this middle-aged man is too reckless. He will cause the seventh prince's death. He's hopeless. Such an idiot will cause everyone's death sooner or later. Can he fight against the 5 elders of the Qin kingdom? Everyone was discussing. However, no one believed that Ling Xiao could defeat Elder Feng. It was no wonder. The name Tuoba Ling was too ordinary. As for this person, he was too unknown. Almost no one had heard of him. Even if they had heard of his name, they would not be able to match his face with his name. Elder Jian stood outside the battle arena and looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. He said, "Kid, don't find excuses. Don't tell me that you're afraid because you proposed a life and death battle with Elder Feng. Could it be that he was just bluffing and boasting shamelessly?" Ling Xiao turned his head and glanced at the Sword Elder. Suddenly, his face bloomed with an indifferent smile and said, "You don't have to worry. After killing him, the next one will be you. I hope you won't refuse my challenge. Of course, don't be so scared that you pee in your pants." Damn it! Third brother, remember this. Teach this guy a lesson for me. Beat him up so badly that even his own mother won't recognize him. Sword Elder was infuriated. Although he couldn't go on stage, he could still let Elder Feng teach Ling Xiao a lesson and then torture him to death. Hee, don't worry, second brother. I'll definitely let him know the consequences of disrespecting us. It's too late to regret now. Yes, it's too late for regrets. But it's not me, it's you. Suddenly, Ling Xiao stepped onto the stage, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. It raged wildly in the air and then turned into a terrifying sword, that shot towards Elder Feng. "Oh, no wonder you're so arrogant." Sensing Ling Xiao's powerful sword intent, Elder Feng smiled confidently. "Your cultivation is indeed at the late stage of the 12th level of hell, but your aura is stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator at the late stage of the 12th level of hell. But if you think you can defeat me like this, you'll definitely regret it, because you don't know how terrifying I am." After saying this, Elder Feng's aura rose again, and a crazy and explosive aura soared into the sky. A terrifying chi mass formed around his body. It could be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, the power of the peak of the 12th level of hell was being released. Elder Feng's face was filled with arrogance and disdain. "You're only SOO. Ling Xiao sneered and took a step forward with his right foot. An even more terrifying aura surged out from his body. Then, it merged with the previous aura and pounced towards Elder Feng. At the same time, in the Tyrant universe, the Sun God constellation began to shine. Ling Xiao activated the Sun Divine Beast Soul. In today's battle, he could not expose his identity as Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would definitely be attacked by the crowd. Secondly, he could not easily expose his identity as a martial artist before the 1st level of hell. Therefore, he could use his previous martial arts, but he had to use them perfectly so that no one would notice. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao still had a trump card that he had not used easily. That was the Seal of Eternity. Although he had not used the Seal of Eternity, its power was constantly increasing. He had only used the Seal of Eternal Life in Yuhua Town and the 8 Immortals County. Moreover, he had created and derived it himself. Even if the people from the Immortal Palace saw it, they might not be able to recognize it. Today, he could use the Seal of Eternity to defeat his opponent. The Sun Divine Beast Soul was activated, but it did not appear. It only gave Ling Xiao greater combat power. That was why his aura had become so powerful. His aura now gave off the feeling of an expert at the peak of the 12th level of hell, which made people sigh with emotion. Who on earth is this guy? Why have I never heard of such a powerful person? At this moment, even Chen Kanglin, who was an enemy, frowned. Ling Xiao's strength had really surprised him. This had already threatened his plan. It seems that I have really underestimated you. Your strength is probably infinitely close to the peak of the 12th level of hell. However, it's a pity that you are only 1 level away. Your only ending is death. Elder Feng sneered. He took a step forward, and a huge ring condensed in his hand. The ring kept on spinning and flashing, emitting a terrifying power of the wind element. It was as if it could cut everything in the world into 2. Hee, this strength is more than enough to kill you. Ling Xiao sneered. Suddenly, a 3-pointed, double-edged sword appeared in his hand. Seal of Eternity, True Lord Erling Yang Jin, 3-pointed, double-edged sword. As the strange weapon was condensed in his hand, a power that was completely different from this dimension was released from Ling Xiao's body. The terrifying fighting spirit was actually filled with invincibility. It was as if it could destroy everything. Kaboom! Ling Xiao took another step forward, and there was actually terrifying lightning flickering around his body. Heaven and earth seemed to be shaking because of this. Everyone's heart twitched violently at this moment. What a terrifying fighting spirit. What a terrifying energy. What a strange aura. After Ling Xiao took a step forward, although there were no changes to his body, the terrifying lightning continued to flash. It was a crazy roar. The murderous aura surged toward everyone like a crazy tide. It made everyone feel the fear of death in their hearts. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a god of war who was indomitable and powerful.